You deserve it, bank will go treat you better. You deserve it, bank will get no wahala. That would a lot today, so you go fit transact with easy pay. Yeah, yeah. It's simple, you know hard like in mathematics. It's simple like it gigantic transaction. We don't any charges, cause I like it for everybody. Oh yeah, brother, sister, uncle, auntie. I like it for anybody. If you want pay bills or you want some, I like it for everybody. Whether not to say but to go for, I like it for anybody. Oh yeah, jolly, collect money. I like it for everybody.
I like to wait, I like to wait. Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending. With other up are better than this. I know you don't work for your money. You don't need stress when you spend it. Just a few steps that load a lot first. And you don't solve half of your worries. Share the views you want pay. Having the money you want save. The solution don't take. All you need is a lot again. A lot, every day. A lot. Oh, a lot is the way. A lot again. A lot, every day. A lot. Oh, a lot is the way. A lot to wait. A lot to wait. Oh, a lot is the way. Start standing on the line. Everything on there for your phone. No need to enter queue no more. I like it for you. Say you want upgrade or you want to save but take off below. No need to enter queue no more. I like it for you. Bank with Sabi. I say bank with Sabi. Number one, Kidigba. Oh, yeah, call your body. No time to get waste. You bank with it. Transact on our last. Make you feel like a boss. Oh, I love by Wema. I like that you stay together. Anytime and anywhere. Start to be you. Oh, I love by Wema. I like that you stay together. Anytime and anywhere. I like it for you. I like to wait, I like to wait. Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending. With other up are better than this. I know you don't work for your money. You don't need stress when you spend it. Just a few steps that load a lot first. And you don't solve half of your worries. Share the views you want pay. Having the money you want save. The solution don't take. All you need is a lot again. A lot, every day. A lot. Oh, a lot is the way. A lot again. A lot, every day. A lot. I like to wait. I like to wait.
One time.
Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges.
Manager, bring it down. Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my distinct honor to specially and very warmly welcome you all, ladies and gentlemen, to the Hackaholics 5.0, the grand finale. Before we start officially, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to quickly make few recognitions. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, can we all give a valuable and necessary applause for our very own chairman, Wema Bank PLC. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Mrs. Oluwayemisi Olorunshola. A round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen. And sitting close to her, ladies and gentlemen, we have our ever indefatigable MD and CEO of Wema Bank PLC. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Maruf Hosseini. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome. And to take us further for the next few minutes, permit me to present to you someone who is going to take us further from here He's going to serenade us with good music. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dami Fonshaw. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate Dami Funshaw. Thank you very much. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my distinct honor to specially and very warmly welcome you all, ladies and gentlemen, to the Hackaholics 5.0, the meta idea. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for yourselves for making it down here this beautiful morning. A round of applause for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, the saxophonist didn't see this coming. He didn't know I was behind him, but right now it is what it is. Let's celebrate him one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. We are honored and blessed to have in the house this beautiful morning our very own chairman, a compassionate leader, a great woman who is not just a mother to her children alone, but to all the children that comes close to her. Ladies and gentlemen, can we all give a valuable and necessary applause for our very own chairman, Wema Bank PLC. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. and Mrs. Oluwa Yemisi or Lauren Shola. I believe she deserves a better round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome, and we celebrate you. Thank you for the good work you're doing. We can see it and we can feel it. God bless you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also honored to have right here a complete gentleman, a compassionate leader, a man who doesn't take no for an answer. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about no other than our very own MD and CEO of Wema Bank PLC. Come on, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Maruf Hosseini. And now, before we go into the first segment of the program, I would like to use this opportunity to acknowledge our executive directors. Please, as we begin to call on their names one after the other, we need you all to please give them a round of applause. Please, let's celebrate our own executive director, Tunde Mabawanko. A round of applause for him, please. Also, executive director, Shegun Okpeke. A round of applause for him, please. Let's also celebrate our executive director, Olukayode Bakare. I believe we can do better for very own Chief Information Officer, Adeoluwa Akomolafe. Ladies and gentlemen, let's also celebrate our very own divisional head, Payment Business, Damola Bolodeoku. And of course, our treasurer. A warm applause for Adeola Ajayi. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to crave your indulgence to please rise up on your feet as a sign of honor to our dear nation as we all sing the national anthem for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall
leave the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You may be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Even though 92% of us doesn't know the anthem. But it's fine. Thank you to the DJ. And I'm glad to announce to you that I don't know it either. Only the older generations knows about this. But it's fine. It's okay. If you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, I'll need you all to please get seated because next segment, I'll need you all to please focus attention here. Because I'm about to invite to the podium one man that I love and respect so much. I'm talking about one man that will not relent in pursuit of excellence. The man that has pushed Wema Bank to achieve remarkable success and whose focus is to push this great company to the peak of the Nigeria financial service with its visionary guidance. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about no other than Mr. Tech, Mr. Alert, Mr. Innovation, and of course, Mr. Transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the podium our very own MD and CEO, Wema Bank PLC. Can we all put our hands together for Mr. Maruf Hosseini for his welcome address. I believe he deserves a better round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello? Yeah, this is fine. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Okay. Let me adjust this properly. Okay. The Honorable Minister for Youth Development, Mr. Ayodele Olawande, I don't think he's here, but I hope he has a representative here. The Commissioner for Innovation, Science and Technology, Lagos State, Mr. Olatubosun Alake, the Commissioner for Science and Technology, Innovation and Digital Economy, Ekiti State, Mr. Shion Fakwade, the Special Advisor, Technology, Broadband, Innovation to the Governor of Lagos State, Engineer Gani Hosseini, distinguished speakers and panelists, partners across the technology and startup ecosystem, distinguished representative of universities present, our audacious Hackaholics 5.0 top finalists, invited guests. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the board, management, and staff of Wema Bank PLC, I would like to say a big thank you and welcome to all of you. We are delighted to have you here with us as we mark the 5th edition of our annual youth-focused ideation, Hackaholics 5.0. Sports and entertainment have always put Nigeria on the map. We are proudly export world-class. We proudly export world-class talents that can hold their own on the global stage, from the legendary Fena Alikulapo Kuti to the Grammy-winning Burna Boy, from the mercurial Austin J.G. Okocha to the record-setting Afolabi Lukman. This is certainly something we can be proud of as a nation. But sadly, I must say that this is not enough, for no nation has made a successful transition from third or second to first world status without significant investment in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. As such, there is a huge responsibility on leaders across both the public and private sectors to put our money where our mouths are and align noble intention with action. At Wema Bank, our mission is to empower lives through innovation. And so we focus on creating digital solutions for societal impact. As such, we have fully embraced this mandate of driving STEM excellence in Nigeria. This is the reason why we continue to push the agenda through our annual Hackaholics program. We are convinced that by providing the platform for our technologically savvy and creative youth, we can help drive the much-needed transformation in our nation. Our aim is to go just beyond banking the youth, to helping them write the success stories of their lives and of the future. 7 years ago, we launched Nigeria's first ever fully digital bank, Alert. It was built by the Nigerian youth for the world. At Wema Bank, we believe in walking our talk. Our focus on digital and technology is more than just a buzzword. It is our ethos, our way of life. We haven't looked back since then, and my commitment is that we would never look back. The theme for this year's edition of Hackaholics is Meta Idea. We visited 7 centers across all 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria. We received 4,311 applications, a record high since the inception of Hackaholics, and listened to over 3,500 unique startup ideas. Our objective was to collaboratively identify the ideas and opportunities that will help catapult us above and beyond the problems and possibility across industry verticals in Nigeria, from education to agriculture to healthcare to financial services, etc. I can say with the utmost confidence that the key to unlocking the sustainable transformation of Nigeria is right here in this room, scattered across our campuses of higher institutions and in every area of this great country. Today, as a demonstration of our faith in the ingenuity of the Nigerian youth and Nigerians in general, we will be giving out 75 million worth of prizes to the best and brightest to give them a head start on their journey towards impact and relevance. And as I was thinking about that number, I'll digress here a bit because I have my speech prepared, but I have this habit of digressing to make certain points. My background is in tech. I started my life as a computer engineer before I was seduced by the bright lights of finance in investment banking, right? Some of you laugh, and that was a long, long time ago, and I haven't looked back since then. And over my time in Wema, I have always said that I see that our youth are very interested in sports and entertainment. And that is because the right incentives are put there for them to get them excited. And I'm a firm believer, like I just said in my speech, that I haven't seen any nation over the arc of time that has scaled without technology and innovation. It's impossible. I can't see how many, and with enough respect to all our artists and our footballers, but I can't see how many of them we will produce to get Nigeria to where it needs to be. The only way would have to be concerted effort from government to do what they need to do, but we also have to play our part. But without focus on the core sciences that build a nation, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, the aspirations for our nation will remain a dream. So I asked myself years ago that if our youth are excited in entertainment and sports because of the right investment and the right incentives, it behoves on us as captains of industry to put money behind STEM so that we get our people interested, so that the best and brightest of Nigeria can create products and solutions that can power economy and take us to where we need to be. In the United States today, there are companies you call the Magnificent Seven. And the Magnificent Seven, whether you like it or not, are some of the biggest companies in the world. They drive the biggest stock market in the world, which is the stock market of the United States of America. In my mind, the last 7-8 years in Nigeria, after Alert, quite a number of names have come behind, and some of them are names that you all know, the Flutter Waves of this world, the Money Points of this world, the Paystacks of this world. Those I call the magnificent companies in Nigeria. But I have no doubt in my mind that so many of that will also be built over time, and they'll be built by people in this room. Some of the biggest companies in America were started in American universities. They were started by people that were freshmen. They were started by people that were in their second year. But what that environment does is that they have an environment where they can incubate those ideas and they can take those ideas to greatness. So for me, corporate Nigeria, we need to start tilting and putting money behind what would power our nation sustainably. So I'm looking at this figure of 75 million, and I think before this event is over, I'm a banker, so I haven't landed where or what I want to add to it, but I have no doubt in my mind that I wouldn't stop at 75 million today, because we just need to walk our talk. With the right investment, thank you. With the right investment in STEM, I have no doubt that the superlative youth of Nigeria will still keep on focusing on entertainment and sports, but will now focus on what is unarguably the catalyst that will take Nigeria to where it is. And I can have this debate with anybody across any forum, that this vertical must come first if we have to get there. And we don't have to go the path of other great nations. We could use this platform, which I call digital, to leapfrog and get Nigeria to where it needs to be. Like I said before we get to the prize-giving portion of this event, I am sure in my mind I would add something to this 75 million. It won't stop at 75 million. That's all I'm about to say. Thank you. That said, I want to use this opportunity to invite you all to partner with us on this exciting and great journey. We have an array of excellent speakers and panelists who will share deep expertise and insight as we look to build our shared prosperity as a nation. I have no doubt that the engagements today will be robust and stimulating. I urge you to lean in and join the conversation. Once again, I thank you all for honoring our invitation. God bless you all. Thank you.
Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges.
For the next few minutes, I'm going to act like the MC or as the MD. Because while you were giving your speech, you digressed a bit and you said you studied computer engineering at the best university in Nigeria, Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. Well, Obafemi Awolowo University used to be the best. Did you know the school I went to? I went to the best university in Nigeria, the most sophisticated university in Nigeria, the university that has produced so many professors, the university that has produced so many celebrities representing Nigeria all across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, what is the name of this my university? I am talking about the university. Oh, God. Wait, let me hype my university. Ladies and gentlemen, I went to University of Bongon. So you can call it Unibon. Our VC is still doing his master's. I really like the way you spoke with full confidence. It means that, you also said that since you got into the finance industry, you never looked back. Money. Yes, money. Well, I am proud, ladies and gentlemen, with full confidence to tell you that I also went to school. I graduated. I studied microbiology, but today I am holding the microphone. It is still what? Oh, that means I am still fulfilling destiny. Oh, really? Because they asked me back in the days what we like to become in the future. I told them I wanted to become a doctor. Today I'm a conductor. What am I doing? Am I not conducting an event? Is that not what I'm doing? At least I'm better than my friend that studied law. He's now working with Loma. No. It's a general knowledge. In this country, what you study may not determine what you will become. Yeah. My DJ studied banking and finance. I don't know what is financing in music, but it is what it is. At least the best graduate student in my university is this guy studied mass comm. I saw him a few years ago. He's now a masquerade. But let's leave that aside, ladies and gentlemen. While our MD CEO was speaking, we witnessed the arrival of the Chief Digital Officer. Let's welcome Olusegun Adeniyi. A warm applause, ladies and gentlemen. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I need you all to please focus your attention on the beautiful screens at my left-hand side and at my right-hand side, so that we could share with you the journey so far, where we are coming from, and where we plan to be. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Wema Bank corporate video. Thank you very much.
In the heart of Nigeria's bustling financial landscape, a story unfolds, a tale of unprecedented innovation, transformative impact, and true resilience. This is the story and the legacy of Nigeria's most innovative bank and foremost financial institution, Wema Bank. Over 79 years of existence, we have evolved remarkably from Nigeria's oldest indigenous bank to Nigeria's most innovative bank, spearheading unparalleled innovation, redefining the standards of banking, and transforming the lives of millions across Nigeria. From breaking new ground with the launch of Africa's first fully digital bank, Alat, to pioneering Nigeria's first licensed banking app for teenagers, the Alat Explore app, empowering cooperative societies for optimal productivity through Coop Hub, its first of its kind digital solution for cooperatives, empowering innovation through its youth-focused hackathon, Hackaholics, promoting gender inclusion through its women-focused proposition, Sarah by Wema, and empowering businesses to thrive and scale through its vast range of seamless solutions, including Alat Pay, its end-to-end payment gateway that connects businesses with global patronage in just one tap. Wema Bank is changing the game, reinforcing its fortified legacy and excellently fulfilling its lifelong mission of empowering lives through innovation. To the youth, we are an accelerator of dreams. To the underprivileged and underrepresented, we are an equalizer. To the established, we are a driver for greater success. To the businesses, we are a partner like none other. To the finance industry, we are the leading light and the pace setters. To the nation, we are champions of development. To the world, we are facilitators of innovation, empowerers of communities, and promoters of sustainability. And to us, you are everything. Wema Bank is the bank that works for all, and our promise to you remains without question. We are with you all the way.
Can we echo the word all together? We are with you. Let's do that again. We are with you. Thank you very much. With that beautiful presentation, I feel like investing all my income, including my balance for today's event. Someone somewhere is thinking, how much in collect? Don't worry, you will hear from me. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to invite to the podium a great woman, and is one of our keynote speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, she's a woman with the purest of heart, and her vision is to unlock the enormous potential in everyday people so that they can become visionary leaders who transform institutions and nations. She's a public policy advisor, a transformational coach for visionary leaders. She's an icon, she's a legend. She's the founder and executive director of Ideating Hub Africa. She is the founder of IMES Coaching Company, and she's our keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome your own, our own, Debola Deji Koromi DDK. Always smiling, ever beautiful, elegant looking. The better you clap, the faster she gets to the podium, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome, ma'am.
Delighted to be here, and I heartily congratulate not only the Wema Bank family, but also everyone who is seated here, as well as those who might be streaming online, because we are, in a sense, standing at the threshold of what is going to emerge to be the future of the continent of Africa. Just March of this year, at the International Women's Day, I was recognized by Wema Bank through its women's initiative, Sarah by Wema Bank, as one of five top women empowering women. And to be back here again in November providing this keynote speech confirms that I'm fully a member of the family. And I thank you so much for the opportunity. I would love to honor our dear board chairman, Dr. Mrs. Oluwayemisi Olorunshola. I also really commend the compelling work of our MD, CEO, the distinguished Moruf Oseni, and thank you for the impactful keynote you offered this morning. I also celebrate the presence of my brother, Sheon Fakwade, who is Commissioner of Innovation, Science, and Digital Technology in my state, Ekiti State. Thank you for the great work you're doing and for showing the power of youth. We also have Engineer Ganiu Oseni, Special Advisor to the Governor on Innovation, Broadband, and Technology. I celebrate Tuboson Alake, Commissioner for Innovation, Science, and Technology. Allow me to take this important moment to also commend the truly inspiring work of Solomon Ayodele and the entire team. Yes, yes, yes. Solomon heads innovation and corporate transformation at Wema Bank, and behind him is an enormous team of eggheads and truly remarkable people making the dream work. I hope that you have such a great sense of pride about today, and I hope that you see how your hard work is literally opening up transformative opportunities for brilliant minds who have compelling ideas to provide solutions for some of Africa's most pressing challenges. Well done, and congratulations on Hackaholics Digital Summit and Final, which we're witnessing today, themed Meta Idea, catalyzing Africa's growth and growth through innovation. I believe that this Hackaholics offers us an opportunity to get a sense of Wema Bank's unwavering commitment to innovation and its desire to empower the next generation of African entrepreneurs. In the last 6 years, this innovation and initiative has engaged more than 50,000 startup founders, and it has continued to foster a robust ecosystem of innovation and tech-driven change across diverse sectors. Allow me to inspire you just a little bit with the work that Wema Bank is doing through this initiative. They have directly engaged more than 1 million participants in the last 6 years. This initiative has covered 5 African countries across 11 verticals. The Ideathon has reached 21 universities across Africa. More than $300,000 has been disbursed in cash. That is a good place to actually celebrate Wema Bank for its compelling work. There have been 5 editions, and it has directly impacted more than 51,000 participants since inception. Well done, Wema Bank. Today, I've been offered this rare opportunity to provide the keynote on a truly remarkable topic, innovating at crossroads, empowering women to pioneer Africa's next digital leap. I find this a truly incredible conversation for 3 reasons. The first is, in the course of the last 10 years, I have built a coaching practice with more than 75,000 women who live in more than 100 countries of the world. The second is, I have found that the true transformation shifted from being a matter of carrying a vision to create change or solve a problem to leveraging the power of technology as an enabler to really achieving that vision in your heart. The third is, Africa is on the rise, but we are witnessing another important kind of rise within the context of Africa's rise, and it is the rise of those I love to call future-forward female. So what this looks like for us is the moment we find the intersection between Africa's emergence in the Committee of Global Economies, and we intersect that with the role that technology and innovation will play, and the defining part that female leaders, female entrepreneurs, and female tech-driven startup founders will play, we're going to find a sweet spot of what is actually called the emergent advantage. Why is the emergent advantage important, especially for developing economies? In the course of the last 2 decades, you will find management thinkers and those behind some of the most remarkable strategic frameworks that corporations have used to achieve, business success, talking to us about the concept of competitive advantage. Everyone is interacted with that construct, is that correct? We have spoken for so long about the power of competitive advantage, and we have utilized this framework to drive corporate strategy, cultural alignment, and achieve strategic priorities within multinationals, SMEs, and iconic brands. And it's worked for us up until right after the heel of the COVID pandemic. The moment we hit the year 2020, we experienced a deconstruction of the world of work in the way that we previously knew it. And we found ourselves transitioning in this deconstruction to what is now called an emergent advantage. The construct of emergent advantage simply says that the world we were born into no longer exists. The world that we previously worked in and created value in, the world that we transacted business in, no longer exists. And it's brought us to the important question: if there has been a deconstruction of the world of work, and markets, especially in emerging economies, no longer respond the way they previously responded, we now find ourselves asking the important question: what is the posture and the positioning that we ought to take, especially as corporate institutions, to be able to lay hold on a new kind of advantage that continues to position us for leadership, for innovation, and for impact? And this is the conversation or the concept or the framework around which the next few minutes of my keynote will be built. If we are now in the hour of emergent advantage because there has been a deconstruction of the world of work, how should we position ourselves as a bank, as a financial institution, as entrepreneurs seated in the room, as career professionals, especially around the need to foster the sufficient support that is going to fast-track the engagement of female leaders in using technology to create transformation? Because we are in what is called a decade of dynamism, we're still going to find ourselves over the course of the coming years experiencing the power of VUCA. And I know that a lot of leaders in the room might be facing the impact of VUCA in reality. on an ongoing level and in a way that is still going to radicalize how we work, how we innovate, how we do business, we're still going to be faced with volatilities, uncertainties. We're still going to be faced with complexities and ambiguities. In simple terms, the matter is not really merely about catching up with the future. It is about catching up with today. You blink, you miss something. You blink, you miss something. Before you fully understand AI, AI senior brother is calling on your name. How do we stay agile? How do we stay cutting edge? And how do we ensure that an important piece of our population, an important piece of the factors to drive change, which are the women, are not left behind in this movement? So in the presence of the decade of dynamism and the power of VUCA, what are we finding? There will be disruption. There will be new forms of wealth created by the disruption. The market will invite us to rethink our solutions because the needs of the people are radically changing. In the midst of VUCA and this decade of dynamism, allow me to highlight to you just in words before I spend the rest of my time offering you 3 remarkable ideas for how we can position women in this next generation digital leap. What would you find in the midst of a decade of dynamism and in the midst of VUCA, especially for the business leaders, culture shapers, and policymakers who are in the room today? Number 1, you would find a radically different world of work. And I know you are already experiencing this and in fact participating. Some of you are seated in the room and you are the one facilitating this radically different world of work. In the radically different world of work, we will not always need to gather in a physical location to create collective value. In a radically different world of work, there is now a unique dimension of dynamism, of entry and exit across industries, meaning that you could start out in hospitality and transition into product management, meaning that you could start out in construction, yet be a thought leader in coaching. In the radically deconstructed world of work, you may find that people hold multiple roles. They get paid by Weimar Bank, but they also have their own side gig. And it's not going to be a problem in the coming days. In VUCA and the decade of dynamism, you would also find that bankable talent is now going to be widespread. Would you have imagined just 5 or 10 years ago that some of the wealthiest young people on the continent of Africa will be singers and artists? Didn't our parents say to us that we needed to, have a profession and that we needed to organize our finest genius to be known for a remarkable engagement within a specific industry? But today, spoken word artists, poets, dancers, singers are getting rewarded because talent is now bankable. Number 3, generational identity is very well defined. This offers a remarkable advantage for Weimar Bank as an example, and I think that they're putting in the work to really produce solutions that speak to the different generations. In saying that generational identity is now well defined, what we really mean is you may find more and more research separating the needs and the buyer behavior of baby boomers versus Gen Zs versus millennials. Are you seeing this research everywhere and you find yourselves even asking, what generation do I belong to? You see, I know a millennial who said she was Gen Z. And I said, you have to go back and read it. You're not as young as you think you are. But because generational identity is now well defined, it means that there can be Sarah by Weimar, there can be Alat, there can be Alat Explorer, because we can leverage this data of the unique needs of generations in serving their specific requirements. I could go on and on exploring, as I am, across nations, this insights around VUCA, the decade of dynamism, and how it must change your strategy and culture. But allow me to settle into the rest of my conversation today about what it will take for us to empower women specifically And I know that the distinguished Mr. Moruf Hosseini is truly passionate about women, and you would also witness us today separating the rewards from the Hackaholics into, offers that are specific and rewards that are specific for women. And I'm preparing myself to be a part of Hackaholics in 2025. I must enter this goodie. I must enter. I am committed to make it. And the way he was talking about the financial commitments that Wema Bank is making, I was pulling my ear in my mind that what is this? And the reason I can do that, to start off what we will do differently, is because tech is no longer a sector, it is an enabler for any sector. No longer should you consider yourself excluded from technology because you're not a product manager. No longer should you consider yourself excluded from technology because you're not in fintech. The matter now, which is the first reorientation that we must make for women in opening up a democratization of technology, is to shift the orientation from tech as a sector to tech as an enabler. The moment we make that transition, you will start to see yourself as a tech bro in education, a tech sis in hospitality, a tech bro in financing, a tech sis in healthcare. Do you see this? So the moment a fashion entrepreneur, a culture shaper in entertainment or media, healthcare, construction, hospitality, gender advocacy, governance and politics begin to ask the important question, how can I take my vision to the next level and solve a problem worth solving by leveraging the power of technology? Then we're going to see this remarkable shift that will break open in the course of this decade. A second important investment that I believe would be important is for us to strengthen and open up more pathways for stronger tech for women ecosystems. As of 2023, Africa has radically grown its tech ecosystem and has caught the interest of many investors. We have over 600 hubs, whether physical tech places or virtual cities, with Nigeria being the highest, having more than 85 of these tech hubs, closely followed by South Africa at 80 and Kenya at 55. However, we find that over 75% of the tech hubs that exist in Nigeria and over 82% of the tech hubs that exist on the continent of Africa are mostly male-driven and really often create almost a cult-like system for male founders of tech-driven startups. We are now requiring a greater investment or empowerment that will be produced by stronger tech for women ecosystems. As at now, we have some amazing organizations frontlining this digital leap. Women in Tech Africa, She Codes Africa. We've got this big global conference called Black Tech Girls Summit, and there is Women in Technology in Nigeria. But the grounds that we need to cover in relation to the population of willing women who are in the economic active category of our society is way greater than the ecosystems we have right now. As we make these investments and open up more tech for women ecosystems, we're going to facilitate the opportunities for networking, for mentorship, access to funding, but also very importantly, we're going to place models in direct access points to rookies. I have found this to be a remarkable game changer, even in the work that I have done building a global coaching community. You can multiply to as much as 3 to 5x the ability of a visionary to go ahead and deliver on the vision in their hearts if they have a forerunner or a model in close proximity who is already, working out the vision that they also carry in their hearts. Finally, an important arena that I believe we could make additional commitments when it comes to being able to position African women at the front lines of the emerging digital leap is around the arena of closing the funding gap for women in tech. Look at this. This year, as we spend time together in this summit, we already see the work that Wema Bank has done. More than $300,000 has been provided to those who are tech-driven visionaries. Yet, despite how compelling this contribution has been, the grounds to be covered are still enormous. From 2013 to 2021, less than 5% of the total $12.6 billion that has been released in funding for African tech startups went directly to female founding teams, in comparison to more than 83% that were mobilized to male-led founding teams. In 2019, less than 3% of VC funding for African startups in general went to companies with women founders or co-founders. And according to the African Development Bank, we have a $42 billion financing gap when it comes to female entrepreneurs. One of the interesting dynamics that occurs within VC funding and investments is that we've got typically between only 9 and 12% of its typical decision makers of all African VC firms being women. And it naturally will introduce many unconscious biases because male decision makers may miss out on the unique intricacies that come to play with female visionaries and tech-driven founders. I believe that if we make that transition in mindset from tech as a sector to tech as an enabler, and we deepen the ecosystems that provide mentorship, education, networking, and modeling, and then we start to advocate for higher degrees of investment support for female-led founders, especially for tech-driven startups, we will be well on our way to create the kind of transformation we want to see, placing women where they ought to be in this emergent advantage and revolution. Allow me to close out today by offering you a quote that doesn't necessarily directly speak to the matter of women or tech or Africa, but one that I think will reach your soul because everyone in this room ought to be reached. It is the wig-dragging, savage words of Brendan Burchard, who is one of my favorite teachers, authors, and coaches. And he says this: a day comes in the life of people who are destined for greatness, when they must stand before the mirror of meaning to ask, why, having been endowed with the heart of a lion, do we live as mice? Why, having been endowed with the heart of a lion, do we live as mice? I believe this is a sobering question that every African ought to ask in the presence of the remarkable resources and the rich opportunities that this continent presents us. How do we ensure that we are not caught in telling stories, trading blames, and consistently dancing in pity parties? How do we take what we have and make it into the very answer that we need in creating the change we were born to create? I thank you so much for this opportunity, and I wish you a great rest of today's convening.
Whew. Thank you very much, ma'am, for that wonderful presentation. I believe she deserves a better round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So going forward, you can see yourself as a tech bro in the banking sector. How do I see myself? A tech bro in the MC sector. Okay, we are getting there. Ma'am, had it been I had someone like you in my life, my journey would have been faster. I've been following you for over for over 2 days. And I've seen so many of your videos. You permit me to share this particular story before we have the next speaker. Someone gave me wrong advice. Yes, some years ago. Then I was living at Ipaja, but now I live at Yanopaja. Am I not moving? It is my personal growth, right? I'm not in competition with anybody. So that man called me then. He said, Ajele, I said, sir, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Ajele. I'm a professional master of ceremony, a compere, and a comedian. So when I was given the brief of this event, I was told, Ajele, we want to laugh at the same time, keep it classy. So you permit me when I switch from being an MC to being a comedian. So this is the comedy element right now. So that man called me. He said, Ajele, I said, sir, he gave me wrong advice. That is the theme and the topic. He said, Ajele, I said, sir. He said, Ajele, you do almost all the major events in Lagos State. I said, I'm aware, sir. He said, Ajele, what are you still doing on the mainland? Major things are happening on the island. I said, I'm aware, sir. He said, Ajele, I will introduce one man to you, and this man will get you a good house on the island. Meanwhile, on the island, we have realtor. On the mainland, we have agent. Write it down, write it down. I can come out in any exam. Realtors are those ones that send you emails and they will ask one of their members, staff members, to reach out to you. Agents are those ones that receive their call with not careful. Not with the front speaker, but the back speaker. One agent took me to one house that year, and the parlor was between here and here. I said, my brother, this parlor is too small. He said, my brother, don't worry, parking it to start to expand. Those are what? Agent. But the one that this man introduced me to, sincerely, he was a realtor professional. He called me around 11 a.m. and the next thing I heard was, I said, good morning, sir. I responded, I said, good morning, sir. He said, is that Mr. Ajele? I said, exactly, sir. He said, sir, I heard you're looking for a house. I said, exactly, sir. Then he mentioned the name of the person that introduced him to me. When I heard the name, I wanted to level up. You know, there's a way we used to say that thing back in the days. Fake it until you... But we are still on the road anyway. So he said, Mr. Also gave me your number. When I heard the name, me too, I, charged up a bit. I said, he's my friend, one of the men I used to advise. He said, sir, I heard you're looking for a house. I said, then he asked, what kind of a house are you looking for? With pride. I said, I need a 4-bedroom duplex with boys' quarter, with swimming pool, gym, and cinema. He said, sir, which area are you looking at? I said, I need my house around Banana Island, Ikoyi, Parkview, Oniru, VI. I will manage Lekki Phase 1. And the next question a normal person will ask you will be, what is your... I said, my budget is 950,000. He said, is it pounds or dollar? I said, no, it is naira. And you know that Nigerians, if they don't want to help you, they'll tell you 2 words. I will get back to you, or let me see what I can. He used the 2 words. Do you know that I tried to reach out to this man for more than 3 weeks? He didn't pick my call. Then I went to use my PA's number to call him. Lately he picked up. I shouted at him. I said, what's been up all this? I've been trying to reach you for 5 days. You're not picking my calls. Okay, well, so send me your account details. Let me credit you now. Then he reminded me, is that the man that is looking for 4-bedroom duplex with boys' quarter, swimming pool, gym, and cinema? I said, exactly, sir. He said, congratulations, sir. I have a house for you. I said, where's my house? He said, your house is on the island, but not far from island. I've never heard that before in my life. I said, let me probe for that. I said, I hope it's not far from Lekki Phase 1. I will manage it. He said, it's not far from there at all. I said, I hope it's not far from Ikate. He said, keep moving forward. I said, I hope it's not far from VGC. He said, you are almost there. I said, I hope it's not far from Aja. He said, thank God you know this road. I said, I hope it's not far from Shangote. He said, Shangote to the place is a stone. I said, yes, I hope it's not far from Lakoe. He said, Lakoe to the place is a walking. At that moment, I started agitating. I said, yes, I hope it's not far from Ekpe. He said, when you get to Ekpe, Tom. I said, yes, I hope it's not far from Ijebu. He said, when you get to Ijebu, they count 5 steps. I said, sir, let's talk man to man. I hope it's not far from Ore. He said, when you get to Ore, enter bus 12,000. I said, okay, where am I going? He said, you are going to your father's house in your village. That is where I stopped looking for a house. So, Mama, I hope you give me a better advice. God bless you. I believe she deserves a better round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This beautiful afternoon, I would like to invite to the podium the special advisor. My boss is correcting me on something. I'll be right back. Give me a few seconds, please. All right. Thank you very much. I'd like to quickly acknowledge the presence of the special advisor on technology, broadband, and innovation to the governor of Lagos State. A warm applause for Mr. Ganiu Oseni. A round of applause for him, please. You're welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir. One of our speakers for today, ladies and gentlemen, is here already. Let's celebrate the CEO and Chief Investment Officer of Opportunic. A round of applause for Mr. Kola Oyene. Yes, he's here already. I saw him a few minutes ago. You're welcome, sir. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm applause for the Commissioner for Science, Innovation, and Digital Economy, Ekiti State. A warm applause for Mr. Sheon Fakwade. You're welcome, sir. Okwo. Inyora. Yeah, I really don't know how to speak the language because I just go back. Yeah, from traffic. Let's also celebrate, ladies and gentlemen, the founder of our 4th Canvas. Am I right with that? A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Victor Fafomi. You're welcome, sir. We celebrate you. God bless you, and thank you for coming. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've been waiting for is here, and the moment we've been anticipating is right here. And this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going into the panel session, and we're going to be talking on this wonderful topic, Beyond Idea Crafting, the Future of Africa with Local Solutions. I would like to respectfully present to you or to introduce to you our moderator, and she's going to step out here to introduce to you the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, the moderator is one of your own, and she's a star girl in Wema Bank PLC. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for your own Ogochukwu Ofeli, the moderator of this beautiful panel session. She's an ambassador to this great company, representing what we are known for. I believe she deserves a better round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's celebrate her. You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much for having me. As introduced, my name is, okay. Good morning, everybody. It's so nice to be here. As introduced, my name is Ogochukwu Ofili. I am the Research and Development Analyst with the Innovation team here at Wema Bank. And it's my incredible pleasure to be doing this. Like, I'm so thrilled and excited to be speaking to the expertise we have in the house. Before I bring them up, I think at this point it is so important to thank the MD CEO of Wema Bank, Mr. Moruf Hosseini. Please let's give a round of applause. His commitment to young people, like I'm literally standing here because he has given me a platform. And even beyond myself, Hackaholics is proof that he is a champion for young innovators. Beyond external events like this, even internally with the IDX lab at Wema Bank, it's just, again, testament to the fact that Mr. Hosseini is pro-young people and pro-innovation. Please, let's give a round of applause for him as well. Okay, so thank you, sir, again. Now let's bring up the amazing panelists.
Everything done there for your phone. No need to enter you no more. I like
We can still see me. Yes, so I would like to now bring up the, thank you so much, thank you. I think you can tell that's my first time. Okay, so now I'd like to bring up the panelists we have for this discussion. And before I bring them up, I'd just like to say that we have a ton of innovators in the house, and I hope that they can glean a lot from the expertise. So we have somebody speaking to governance, we have somebody speaking to sustainability, we have somebody speaking to branding, so give a little bit of Gen Z millennial vibes. We have somebody speaking to treasury, and these people have a wealth of knowledge that you definitely want to listen to. So without further ado, the first person I would like to bring up is the Ekiti State Commissioner for Innovation, Science, and Digital Economy, Honorable Commissioner Seun Fakoade. Thank you, sir, for honoring our invitation. Next up, I'll be... Well, let's keep clapping till he sits down. Thank you so much, sir. And we're wearing the same color. We're in the spirit. So the next person I'll be bringing up to the stage is the Divisional Executive Treasury Group, Mr. Kayode Bakare. Please, let's give a round of applause. Till he sits down, please, till he sits down. Thank you so much, sir, for honoring our invitation. Okay, clearly there's a purple memo in case you missed it. Next up, we're bringing up Mrs. Abimbola Agbejule, who is Head Corporate Sustainability, Wema Bank. Woo! Yeah, I'm so glad to not be the only female on the panel. Please, let's keep clapping. Thank you so much, ma'am, for honoring our invitation. And then finally, but certainly not least, we have Mr. Victor Fatami, who is co-founder of Fourth Canvas. Please, let's give a round of applause. Keep clapping, keep clapping.
I didn't get a purple memo.
You did, but black, we can take it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You can see that I wish we could have read their bio, but because of time, these people have, like, combined, I'm sure it's more than like 50 years of experience, so you definitely want to listen. Quick backstory behind the panel's discussion today is called Beyond Idea, Crafting the Future of Africa with Local Solutions. So before I give the big backstory, quick show of hands if you are building a solution here. The side of the Hackaholics participants, all your hands are supposed to be up, please. Quick show of hands if you are building a solution. Okay, thank you. Quick show of hands if you are building a solution for Nigeria. Right. Quick show of hands if you are building a solution for Nigeria that you expect to scale. beyond Nigeria. You don't want to remain within Nigeria. Why now? Okay, quick show of hands finally if you want your solution beyond Nigeria, beyond Africa, to the rest of the world. Great. So that means you are in the right room and we crafted this just for you. Thank you so much. Please, round of applause again. Okay, another thing to feel, so there's no awkward silence. If you hear anything that sticks out to you, feel free to clap, be expressive, you're young. Okay? Thank you so much. All right, to my wonderful panelists, I feel so privileged to be, again, I've said this so many times, I'm so humbled to do this. Never in my wildest dreams would I have thought I would be here, but what God cannot do does not exist. All right, so let's go straight into it. Beyond ideas for these wonderful startup founders, there's the need for execution. There's the need to bring those solutions to the limelight, but there's also a need for it to fit the local context in such a way that a company abroad might not necessarily get. And so we want this discussion for the participants particularly, and for any innovator in the room, to go home with a sense of, how do I build this, my solution? As I'm building my solution, how do I have Africa in mind? As I'm building my solution, how do I have Nigeria in mind? And the unique expertise that you bring in, Honorable Commissioner brings in a government flair to the discussion. Edie, sir, you bring in from your wealth of knowledge as the Treasury Group head. Mrs. Agbejile, you bring in sustainability, which in recent times has been a big part of the conversation in terms of the earth and in terms of just even scaling your business to a point where it does not pack off. And then, Mr. Victor, you also bring in a very unique positioning for these founders and startups, which is branding. And you know how the saying goes, the way you dress is the way you be addressed. In modern times, it's more like the way you are branded is the way you'll be taken. So you bring unique expertise, and that is what I want this discussion to be around, so that our participants, innovators, future disruptors, and future crafter of the African solution will go home with knowledge. So thank you. So first question is to Mrs. Agbejile. Yes. So my first question is, how do startups incorporate sustainability from day one, especially given the fact that sustainability might not be top of mind for them? These people just want to win $30 million naira that Wema Bank is giving. They're not really thinking sustainability per se. So how do they incorporate this in such a way that it's inclusive from day one?
I'm not sure it's strong enough.
This works.
Okay. Is that strong?
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon once again to everyone, and congratulations to the top 10. Sustainability is no longer a buzzword, and I know that individually, when we're at home or anywhere we find ourselves, we'll be practicing sustainability in some form or some shape. But as a startup, you begin with the end in mind. I know you've heard that several times. What solution are you providing? And sustainability is about providing solutions. And you've heard MD talk about developing digital solutions for societal impact. What impact are you making? So sustainability is also about making impact. So as you're starting your business or you're crafting your idea, have it at the back of your mind that I'm solving a problem, I'm mitigating some hazard or a risk, I'm providing solution that is inclusive. Inclusive means that you are providing for people that are underrepresented. You're providing for specific gender. You're providing for specific environment. How am is my solution scalable, or is my solution adaptable? Is my solution able to stay the course of time? That's sustainability. So when you're starting your business, have all of these things at the back of your mind. Number one, I'm solving a problem, yes. Number two, who is my target audience? if this problem, if I should solve the problem here in Lagos, does it affect the people in Ibadan? And those startups will provide something, will produce something that would actually have a negative impact on some other business, but a positive impact in this way. So you need to begin with the end, like, I'm solving a problem, I'm creating a solution such that it will stand the test of time. I'm actually mitigating certain risks that could affect my business or could affect the business long term. I'm actually even making sure that I'm inclusive in whatever I'm producing. I'm thinking about the women. I'm ensuring that the product I'm innovating is reliable, is sustainable, is also accessible, is affordable. It doesn't require too much in terms of materials to produce. Even the materials that I'm using, I can recycle it, creating some form of circular economy. You know, mobility is actually also reduced as well. That's why you should use tech. Those are all of the things that you should put in place. Then when you now start to put all of these things in place before you start the business, then when it's time to scale, it won't be a problem. When my bank will give you 50 million naira now, but tomorrow if BlackRock comes to invest in your business, they will ask you all of these questions. What is your sustainability strategy? What is your environmental, social, and governance strategy? If you don't have all of these things, trust me, you're not going to get any more money. Then the young people today, the millennials, the Gen X, the Gen Z, the Alpha generation, they're particular about sustainability. So they look at what you do. What harm are you doing to the environment? What harm are you doing to the people that are working with you? Are you paying a living wage or a fair wage? What sort of business structure do you provide? So all of these things are important. And if you don't put that into your business from day one, you're doing good and also doing well. If you don't put it from day one, then you have a problem probably when you get to year 2 or year 3, but you will not be able to go too far. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma, for that. Please, a round of applause. And I hope we got what she said. A major thing that I took out is that sustainability is beyond a buzzword, and it's also very inclusive, and it causes you to think end to end. And it's something that your investors, beyond Wema Bank, like international investors, they are concerned about these things too. Speaking about international investors, Edie, sir, this question is for you. So in the light of the different things that have been happening in the Nigerian economy, volatile exchange rates, and all of that, how do startups position themselves to attract international funding? Like, how do they, maybe, I won't say cook their books, but then how do they just position themselves to attract international funding? Because even the concept of sustainability, all of these things, it requires funding. So how do they position themselves for international funding?
Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you for that question. To attract funding, local solutions developer needs to clearly, articulate the benefit of the solutions. They need to identify what are the pain points that the solution will speak to. That's important. I mean, more so when you compare that to some global solution that we have in-house. It has to speak to our peculiarities. You need to bring that out clearly. Aside that, there is also need for a robust business model. I mean, that will speak to some market analysis, speak to your business dynamics, speak to your growth strategy and your financials. It's important. By the time you bring to the table the business model, it speaks to the seriousness of the startup developer. Because those guys need to see those numbers. They need to see your market and the in-depth analysis you've done regarding the overall market and the needs you are trying to, the problem, the pain point you are trying to solve. In addition to the business model, they're also interested in who are the people behind the numbers. that shows how. Those are the key points that for you to attract international investors, you clearly need to bring out what exactly are you trying to achieve, the business model supporting what you intend to do, showcase the founding members, who are these people, what have done in the past, and more importantly, you also need to demonstrate that you're complying with the local regulatory requirements. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that. A round of applause, please. Edie, sir, you touched on so many important points, which I would also like push to Honorable Commissioner Sheilun Fakwade and Victor as well to like also speak to. So one of the things you mentioned, you said credibility in terms of having the right numbers, the numbers help to build credibility. This question now goes to Victor. From a branding perspective, how can these developers, so yes, they have the numbers right, they have their, they've identified the gaps in the market, they have a solid team behind them. How do they build credibility from a marketing or a branding perspective? How can they tell a story that that speaks so much to the context in which they are operating that it also builds credibility for them?
Thank you. Hello? Hello? Okay. Yeah, first, when we think about branding, we think about it like makeup, or we think about it like the extra layer, the final top layer, or like a filter, if you think in terms of Instagram. The first step to credibility is the conversations that have already been had on structure, sustainability, on doing things right. So I like to use this physics illustration of the image and the object. There's the object, which has a fixed set of properties, but then the image depends on how well the light is shown upon it or the angle from which the viewer is observing it. So I think the first things we need to get right is to ensure that we're solving a critical problem. And then we need to tell the story of exactly how we are trying to solve the problem. Credibility comes from people being able to see behind the veil, to understand the inner workings of our team, to understand the inner workings of our research efforts, to understand the inner workings of the continuous iterations we are making, how we are constantly speaking with our users, and how the changes we're making to our products is making impact on their lives. So it's a continuous journey, and you don't build credibility in one day. It's a set of small actions. Today, it's about the founder sharing their mission, why they started what they're doing in the first place. Next week, it's about them sharing about the impact it's having on a particular customer. The other day, it is them hosting a conference to be good, but it could be a small fireside chat. It could be a conversation in the location of a customer, for example. So, but credibility will be built over time. You don't trust anyone you trust today, family members or friends. It didn't happen in one day. You had met them first as acquaintances. They were just random people to you, but random acts of kindness, and suddenly this person is your best friend. And they're the best things in sliced bread. So credibility for brands or businesses or startups as well will come from consistently shedding the light on their efforts and their impacts and everything they're doing along the lines of sustainability that we've heard about, everything they're getting right in terms of having great structures internally, everything pertaining to culture and to customer service. Yeah.
Please, a round of applause for Victor Fatomi.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that. In case we missed it, he said something very important. Credibility is continuous. It's not a one-day journey. It's not a two-day journey. It's every day we get better. Every day we become more credible, and it's built over time. So for startup founders, you might not be credible day 1, you might not be credible day 50, but you'll be credible one day if you are consistent. So now the question goes to Honorable Commissioner Sheilun Fakwade. When Edie Kayode was talking about when he was responding, he mentioned something about regulatory requirements. And I think for a lot of startups here, it might become burdensome. So how do startups balance the need for rapid innovation, the need to build things, disrupt things, but also at the same time meet regulatory requirements? Because it kind of seems like there's usually like a tug of war. Do I want to build to disrupt, or do I want to follow the status quo? But if I follow the status quo, am I really a disruptor and innovator? So how do startup founders, innovators, how do they balance that tug of war?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that my approach would be from a standpoint of observation and disruption in the word, in the right sense of the word. And I will take a very critical example for us in Ekiti. There are things that were not into consideration when I became a commissioner. I'm the pioneer commissioner for my ministry 1 year ago. And what we've discovered in Ekiti, for instance, is there are, like you find in other states in the country, there are pockets of highly radical, highly revolutionary people in our universities, in our communities, who by the standards of us or the limitations that policy placed on them, they will not even test the waters, right? But because we were engaging, because we were going to university campuses and communities and engaging with young people, and we're throwing our problems, especially from the public sector, to them, it was easy for them to try and test their ideas, right? And in this regard, like I said, I'm the pioneer commissioner. It was pretty much tabula rasa. There was nothing on the table. And we had to start adopting some of the national policies for the digital economy. Now, it's two things, speaking now to the disruptors in the room. One is to observe what you know exists, right? Within your community or within the national scope that you want to play. If your product is just restricted to Lagos, for instance, what are the state policy on innovation, on digital economy that exists that you can operate within the confines on? The second thing is conversation, right? Who are you conversing with? Who are the lawmakers? Who are the policy makers? Who are the decision makers that you're having dialogue with? Because you may not know the kind of disruption you want to bring to the table, whose policy does not currently exist, that the idea you're bringing to the table might then prompt a conversation on. An example is, for instance, the Ekiti State is adopting an artificial intelligence policy in our state ICT policy. And the reason is you find a lot of what's going on around the world today, generative AI, machine learning, all those things, are not part of the normal standard policy making that you find within the African context, not to talk of the Nigerian context. So if you're not testing, if you're not observing, if you're not asking questions, and if you're not daring, I must say that as a point of reference in this regard, because having been brought up in an environment where you are afraid to ask questions, you don't want to ask questions or test the waters, you need to be able to challenge leadership. You need to be able to test the waters and ask questions so that leaders are forced to think out the box, to innovate around policy making. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that. Something that you said, that conversations can be the way you start your disruption, essentially is what I got from that. So you don't necessarily have to go against the grind all the time or the grain all the time. You can start your disruption with a conversation that forces regulators to think outside the box. I've loved having this conversation and I wish it could continue. But for the sake of time, as a sort of closing statement, I want each of the panelists to speak to what they think Africa's innovative space will look like in the next 5 to 10 years, but from Victor from a branding perspective, Ms. Agbejule from a sustainability perspective, Edie Sir from a treasury financial type perspective, and Honorable Commissioner Shemu from a government perspective. What do you think the future of Africa's innovative space will look like in the next 5 to 10 years? We'll start with Victor and then we'll just go.
Thank you very much. Once in a while, a story breaks out of a founder or someone in business who we have seen in interviews, we've seen they've been profiled, documentaries, they share, but then they say, oh, they are a fraud. And suddenly, we take it as an opportunity to say, oh, all these people that are brand, it's not about the branding, it's about the work itself. So we've ended up with an ecosystem where we have some people who are doing the work and are not telling their story at all. And then there are people who are focused on telling the story and sometimes not doing the work. What we need is not to talk down on branding. What we need is a perfect combination of both. Now, the US creates a perception of its military that is not quite representative of its might relative to some other forces in the world. They are right up there, but perception-wise, the US military looks significantly above everyone else. And they do that with Hollywood. They do that with how they project their forces, their FBI, and their day-to-day society. And certainly influences our opinions about them and the word power. Now, and that applies to their businesses. These businesses from Apple to Nike to some of the startups we have today, they're doing incredible work, but they're also paying a lot of attention to how they present themselves and how they tell their stories. We, Africa, I think the job over the next 5-10 years is that the hard workers also pay intentional effort into how they tell their stories. And until we do that, we can't fully tap into the value that we can tap into.
Absolutely. Mrs. Agbeju.
Okay, yes.
Thank you. The next 5 to 10 years cause a lot to happen in the sustainability space. And sustainability is also about storytelling. So if you don't tell your story the way it's supposed to be told, and you don't take your data, because when they're asking you for data, you don't want to manufacture, so it doesn't look like you're washing. There's pink washing for gender investment. There's green washing for green investment. There are all sorts of washing that we have out there. But if you have the right data, and you begin with the end in mind, like I said the first time, you take sustainability in consideration when you start, then there's opportunity for you. According to World Economic Forum, I think 2 months ago, there's about $143 trillion available for gender alone in the world. So how will you get this funding if you don't have the right processes starting from day one, and if you don't have the right data as well, and you're doing the right thing? So you're not just doing it to tick the box. You're doing it because it is the right thing to do, and you're pushing it forward. That is very important. But what I would like to leave with every startup today is ABC. If you cannot take anything out of this word, ABC. A is for avoid things that will harm the business, things that are around mitigation and adaptation. Ensure that you're putting the right processes in place. The B is for you to be intentional. Intentionality means that you start with the right process, you document your process, you share your story, you do the right thing, and you let everybody know when you need support or you need the right stakeholders to help you to scale your business. The third one, which is C, collaboration. Without collaboration, you are nowhere. Because you just do it and end where you are, because nobody will help you to leapfrog into the next level. So collaboration is very critical. If you want to collaborate with a corporate, it's fine. Collaborate within your ecosystem is beautiful. Collaborate amongst your peers, as in people that you work with. Those are the things that will help you to scale the business, and it will last longer than even, it will outlast you. Let me put it that way. So don't forget the ABC. Do the right thing, do well, and do good, and take your data into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Edie, sir.
Thank you. The continent is a land rich in diversity, culture, and untapped potential. No country operates in isolation. We are all interconnected. So whatever happens in the global economy do have ripple effects across the economy. For the startup, as we continue to navigate the complexities and opportunities presented by our continent, it is important for us to draw on our unique strengths and resources. And from the banking funding perspective, there are quite a number of innovative financial mechanism and partnership that is gaining traction in today's economy. We have the likes of crowdfunding platform, wherein people do contribute money to support business ideas. We have the angel investors. In fact, today we have angel investors network that brings together entrepreneurs and individuals who are willing to provide not only funding, but also mentorship. We have that. We have the venture capital as well. In fact, today we also have microfinance institutions, greatly supporting small business owner with some smaller amount of loans that are quite flexible compared to what you get from the conventional banking system. And as they do all this, and we also have peer-to-peer lending, quite a number. And more importantly, as they also draw on, trying to attract international resources, it is important to always hedge the risk involved. I mean, one of the challenges that we have in this part of the world is the volatility of the currency. I mean, as an institution today, because of the depth of our financial market, in some climes, they do have quite a number of financial instruments to hedge against currency risk. But because of the depth of our financial market, it's a bit limited. But in Wema Bank, we can also offer forward contract sales. What this does, as you're attracting foreign resources, it enables you to mitigate the currency risk as well with this. So quite a number of things they need to put in place as they embark on this journey. And I believe strongly that if you take all this into consideration, we can craft a future for Africa, not only to address present challenges, but also to celebrate our rich heritage. Yeah. Thank you.
A round of applause, please. Thank you so much for that, sir.
Thank you. I think the next 5 to 10 years will be catalytic for Nigeria. And I say that if I draw reference on two things that's happening at the national and state levels. One is that with the availability of fiber optics and free internet across the country, hopefully with the 774 project under the federal government, I think that the country will experience some unprecedented growth and development. And we must thank what Wema is doing anyway for the startup ecosystem in believing in young people. I think that when you have young people in underserved areas being able to log onto the internet, get their phones, and learn a skill, or develop a skill, or utilize their skill, you will not be able to capture, in the right sense of the word, what the economy for all the states in the country would speak about. And let me drop this final point. There is a young boy in Ekiti State today, he's 16-year-old. He's building 2 applications for the state government. And he's done that because the state took a bet and sponsored him to a program where he learned just front-end development. And I imagine that we have this same replicated across the country. Public school, I'm not talking about private school, a public student whose transformational growth in the past 1 year has been nothing short of remarkable. Imagine that for the country. Imagine that for the numbers that come to the country, to our economies. Imagine that for the transformation in underserved communities. People who have not been to Ado Ekiti, not to talk of Lagos State, are now in their different pockets, building applications, building products, testing ideas, questioning things, solving local problems because they have access to unlimited opportunities. I think it's going to be a very, very great decade. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, we've come to the end of this panel session. It is clear from our panelists that Africa has a bright future ahead, and we are the ones making it. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. I will take a picture.
Alert, jo. Alert, jo. You deserve a bank, we go treat you better. You deserve a bank, we get no wahala. Today. So you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate our panelists. Thank you so very much. We are going to move very fast from here, ladies and gentlemen, as we'll be having the first Goodwill message this beautiful afternoon. And to take us further from here, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Special Advisor on Technology, Broadband and Innovation to the Governor of Lagos State. A warm applause for Engineer Ganiyu Oseni.
Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending. With your up are better than this. I know you don't work for your money. You don't need stress when you spend it. Just a few steps that load the lot first. And you don't solve out from your worries. Share the views you want pay. Having the money you want save. The solution
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Wema family members, the chairman of the board members hereby present, the managing director, CEO, Mr. Maruf Hosseini, external distinguished guests, state dignitaries and functionaries present, captains of industry, and the Honorable Commissioner of Lagos State, Mr. Tubos Malake, how are you? And the Honorable Commissioner of Ekiti State. My apologies to whoever else I may have left out. I was told yesterday I was going to deliver a goodwill message, but I will be remiss to say I'm not going to take advantage of this opportunity to deliver a short but inspirational charge to the Hackaholics present here. Anybody can deliver a goodwill message, but I think these events should be used to pass specific messages to them. Yesterday when I was going through the flyer and they said meta idea for Africa, and I asked myself that most of the Hackaholics here will be thinking of becoming the next unicorn. So the ideas would not be for Africa if we are linking Africa, apologies, and the unicorn. Why not with the Eye Adaba or the griffin? Why must it be a unicorn? And I told myself that when I get here today, my charge and appeal will be to the youngsters. Think truly African. Yeah? Think truly African. I do beg your pardon. Think truly African. Think of solving African problems, and wealth would follow. Success isn't necessarily measured in terms of financial gains or immediate financial recompense. Yeah. But I believe if you build really innovative or transformational products, yeah, I believe success and financial reward would follow. In being here already, you guys are winners. I grew up with a saying from a woman that drummed Taisha Larini's words into our ears every day and said, I suffered and strained, and with my own exertion, exerted myself from the crowd of the common to the pinnacle, with so few up there and yet everyone on common. For you guys to be here as finalists today, it shows you are already at the pinnacle, yeah, of your intelligentsia, and you're yet all on common. My only charge to you guys is do not stop self-innovating. Do not stop to demand the best of yourself. Because they say excellence begins with how high you set your standards and how much you demand of yourself. Yeah? And there have been great speakers before me. I liked the lady that was speaking on the coach. But I use the 3 Ds: determination, diligence, and dedication. As you continue your journey, there'll be only 3 winners today. All of you will get handshakes for coming. But that does not mean you have not won. Yeah? It's no reflection of you. There'll be unicorns in this room, and I don't want to use the word unicorns. There'll be, yes, whatever. There'll be tech horses, donkeys, zebras, because they all come from the same family. A unicorn is a mythical animal. It actually doesn't exist. And I want to say tech unicorn, so we need to clarify what kind of unicorn we're saying. But there'll be winners in different categories that will emerge from being here today. And my charge to you is please, 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 do not rest on your oars. Do not become conceited. And really think your innovations are Africa for Africa. The rest of the world has enough innovators and inventors. There isn't a shortage of inventors or innovators in America. And in another man's country, honestly, we would only at best be, I don't want to use second-rate citizens, we will only at best be 1.5 rated citizens. So I charge to you today, think Africa, think Nigeria, and think your immediate ecosystem in whatever you're innovating. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Think Africa, think Nigeria, and your ecosystem. Thank you very much, Mr. Gani Hussein. Can we give him a better round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? You said that we should not stop to innovate. Thank you for that word. I mean, if you have heard about the Neuralink that was created some years back, I think I heard about it some months back, where you can put a particular chip in your head and you can control the computer through that particular one. That is a very crazy idea, and I love it. But just imagine someday that someone could create a particular technology where I could see or feel whatever you are thinking. By now, what I'll be seeing, or what you'll be seeing in me right now, will be hunger. Because I wanted to go and eat, but the organizer said start now. But it's all good. How many of you would like to say that soon? Oh, okay, no problem. It is not a general one then. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome, as I introduce to you, the Commissioner for Innovation and Science Technology, Lagos State. A round of applause for Mr. Tubosu Alake. And he'll be stepping out to the podium to give his goodwill message. You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. MD CEO, Wema Bank. I would ask that you let me stand on all existing protocol. You know, I deal with nothing less than 150 startups per year because in the course of my work, Lagos State is the biggest public sector funder of innovative startups across the country. And so when startups and different entrepreneurial people apply to us, I am part of the reviewers that review and see whether their business proposition or their value proposition can scale and can solve massive problems. And so when I was invited to this particular event, I thought, oh, how wonderful. You know why? Because you cannot write the story of innovation in the financial sector space without Wema Bank. And so it's a credit to the management of Wema Bank for, setting up a platform as this to be able to enhance the problem solvers of tomorrow. And, in a very short exhortation here, I wanted to tell a story. Now, for some of you that have seen me at other events, you've probably heard this story before. So forgive me, I'm running out of stories. However, repetition, I think, is key to retention. And I think that there are baseline principles that apply across the board You know, people say Nigerians are special. Yes, we might be special, but the principles are the same. You understand? And so it's the story of a few philosophers, great thinkers, technologists, economists that gathered together in New York City at the turn of the 19th century. This is around 1870 something. And they came together and started ruminating and said, look, what will look like in one place? You know, Oyinbo people, they always plan ahead. So they thought to themselves, what would New York City look like? This was 1870 something. Who knows the most famous mode of transportation at the time? Who knows? Sorry? Horse and carriage. That was the most famous mode of transportation, horse and carriage. And so if you were a business, you were in logistics, or you were in whatever profession, you needed a horse and carriage to get to anywhere. And so when all the economists and philosophers came together to envisage what 100 years would look like in New York City, they came to the conclusion that in 100 years, New York City will be uninhabitable. Why would they come to such a conclusion? Because at the time, there were thousands of horses in New York City, because that is the mode of transportation. And horse dung had become a serious problem. Horse manure. And so you woke up in the morning, you probably saw your road lined with horse manure. And so this was even causing health problems. So they thought to themselves, at the rate of the growth of the economy, right, as more businesses come up, as the birth rate increases, people are going to need to get to places. So they are going to buy more horses, more carriages. In 100 years, we will be living in a city of dung. That was the conclusion they came to. But you know, they hadn't yet seen that a man in Germany called Carl Benz had just or was on the way to invent the internal combustion engine. I'm sure for some of you that thought he was Henry Ford. No, Carl Benz is actually the one that is attributed to creating the first ICE vehicle. That's the first internal combustion engine, right? And the creation of that internal combustion engine, right? And also the, should I say, marketization of the automobile by Henry Ford completely changed the projections that the economists had. So whenever I come to events like this, I'm always looking out for somebody that will change the projections that Nigeria currently has. I know you are in there somewhere, and you are about to do something that will totally transform business models, that will totally transform our way of life, that will totally transform the way we do business, the way we sleep, the way we eat, the way we drink, the way we transact with one another. And if there's anything I'm going to tell you today, is that even if you don't win, you know, stay obsessed with solving a problem. Stay obsessed with solving a problem. Stay customer focused. Because even though Carl Benz won by his attribution to the internal combustion engine, it was Henry Ford that actually made it affordable and made it that anybody could afford. And that's why today you might hear more of Henry Ford than maybe Carl Benz. So even if you don't come number one and you come number two, stay obsessed with solving that problem. And maybe my own child or my grandchild will be speaking about you in 100 years. Thank you very much for having me.
On the line, every
All right, while we're trying to clear the stage, I'll just do a few recognitions. Thank you. Sir, well done, sir. I heard almost everything that you talked about. And you also say that over 100 years ago in New York City, they were using horse as a means of transportation. Well, 100 years later, I can assure you, in some places in this country, our mode of transportation is not even horse. It is our legs. So some of us are still living. Thank God for technology. Let's celebrate him one more time, ladies and gentlemen. We are honored, ladies and gentlemen, to have here the Vice Chancellor of Lagos University, ably represented by Professor Karim Olatoye, the Dean of Law Faculty. A round of applause for him, please. We are also honored, ladies and gentlemen, to have the Vice Chancellor of Uniport, ably represented by Professor Owete I. Kingsley, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Uniport. Let's celebrate him as well. It's a big honor, ladies and gentlemen, to have here the Vice Chancellor of Nile University, ably represented by Ms. Binta Gimba, Director of Nile University Collective Labs. Let's also celebrate the Vice Chancellor of Afe Babalola University, Ado, ably represented by Dr. Ife Bamidele. Thank you very much. To take us further this beautiful afternoon, I'd like to invite to the podium for the Hackaholics and our digital aspiration segments. Ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate one of our own, Executive Director, Digital and Retail, Mr. Tunde Mabawonko. Wow. You have so many fans, obviously.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, I have to lower the mic after the Honorable Commissioner is like twice my height. In fact, it reminded me of my son, I think it was 3 or 4 years ago. He called me to a room. I said, Daddy, I need to talk to you. I said, what is the problem? He said, why did you and Mommy marry? You people know that I'm going to be short. I said, look at this boy. What is going on here? At his gladly now, he's much taller. And I had to sit him down to say that your height will not prevent you from achieving anything. Although DJ Copy sent out a message yesterday that she was looking for men that are 6 foot and above. So she's cut me off from the market, sadly. I will not be able to go to that market. Just a couple of stories, and it's largely to my organization, Wema Bank. The expectation today is to tell our story of what we've done in the hackathon over the last 5 years and to charge ourselves that we must continue building on this ecosystem. I went to some events 2 or 3 weeks ago, the 70th birthday of a pastor in Ikeja, and a lady came out to speak about the pastor. And when the lady was speaking, she said, Pastor, your biggest investment is not about financial or money or the size of the church that you leave behind. But your biggest investment should be in people. Because it's people that will outlive, that will pass on the legacy. They gave an example for those that are Christian of the Lord Jesus, and he had 12 disciples. And over the last 2,000 or so years, people have been passing on the story. That in Nigeria or in Yoruba parlance, there used to be a phrase called Kusowoti Onton. That there is no wealth you might have in the world. It might finish at some point in time. But your investment in people can continue and can outlive yourself, your generation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are Wema Bank. We've been here for 79 plus years. We'll be 80 years next year. I think we deserve a round of applause. We have been investing in people throughout the last 79, 80 years. it is clear to us that that path for separation, that path for scale, I think as my CEO mentioned earlier, has to be investment through technology, investment in digital assets, investment in digital talent. So we've done season 1, we've done season 2, season 3, season 4, season 5. At some point in time, there might be financial constraints. That should we go ahead, how many should we reward or not? No. In fact, there are some story of the parable of the talent that I think was in the Bible, and they gave somebody 5 talents, somebody 2 talents, somebody 1 talent. Some people went to invest the talent, some people hid it in their pocket or buried it. But the message was that some will do well, some will not do well. But keep investing in that talent. Keep germinating, keep ensuring that the bright young minds here solve solutions. Some of the guys we invested in over the last few years have gone on to make plenty money. Some are still in the stages of getting things done. But our commitment today, our commitment to Nigeria, our commitment to the world is that Wema Bank will keep investing in digital talent, in digital technology. We used to have one brand tagline: we can't stop, we won't stop, we will not stop investing, ladies and gentlemen, in technology, in talent, in digital assets. One Chinese proverb says that if you want happiness for a lifetime, invest in others. Let me repeat. If you want happiness for a lifetime, invest in others. So we have an innovation team, we have a transformation team, we have a strategy team, we have a whole digital team that is out to support these young, bright minds. Some of them will invest in a lot more money. Some will bring the ideas into the organization. Some will help sell the idea and pass on the ideas to the market. But the expectation is through these new solutions, we will all contribute to making Nigeria great. So on behalf of my MD CEO, the chairman of the board of directors, is to give that commitment that, guys, we will never stop investing. Thank you very much, everybody, and enjoy your day.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Tunde Mabanku, am I permitted to raise the mic? I'm sorry, I'm only asking for permission, sir. At least I'm also looking up to others. Not by power, not by height. But greater is he that's in you than he that's in the world. Well done, sir. When you said that a Chinese man once said, I was expecting you to say, like, don't shi shu fu. But I was surprised when you started speaking English. Can we put your hands together for him one more time? Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to look at the journey so far. We had over 3,517 entries, and now we have 35, and then after the 35, we have the first 10. We went all around Nigeria to listen to innovative ideas in technology. Come to my area. One man asked me recently, what kind of business can I do in front of police station? I didn't know when I told him, start selling handcuffs. But there are ideas, and there are bright ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, the journey is so far. Please, I need you all to please focus attention on the beautiful screens beside me as we look at the journey so far and as we all watch the top 35 videos. Thank you very much.
Since 2019, Wema Bank's Hackaholics has engaged over 1 million participants, explored solutions across 11 verticals in 5 countries, and awarded $300,000 in grants. Now in its 5th edition, Hackaholics 5.0 launched on April 18, 2024, toured 9 pitch centers across Nigeria with 35 exceptional innovators emerging from over 3,500 applications. The journey began at Nile University in Abuja, where Abubakar Muhammad Umar, a forward-thinking student, showcased Northino, empowering African native speakers with localized digital skills. Onimisi Charles Atere, a sustainable problem solver, introduced NIMSI, offering solar-powered agro-equipment for farmers. Ibrahim Ahmed Rufai, a practical innovator, shared Our Haven, automating household management. Hanif Adedotu pitched Celia, a peer-to-peer payment platform, while Efemina Hilda Onovari, a community-driven visionary, closed Abuja with Nadia, a platform connecting volunteers with meaningful opportunities. In Port Harcourt, Precious Tom, an aspiring entrepreneur, pitched Padascrow, a secure escrow platform for e-commerce. Kelvin Adionwe, a fintech enthusiast, introduced Paywise, an all-in-one banking app integrating savings and investments, while Ajirogene Amadi, a finance-savvy visionary, presented Trashcoin, simplifying personal finance with savings and investment tools. At Covenant University, Elegbe Osifara Reni, a blockchain advocate, proposed Hebron Chain, ensuring transparency in Nigeria's food supply chain. Beppo Joy shared PayStraight, a QR-based system completing transactions in 7 seconds. Lagos State University brought more innovative solutions. Verse Hugh, a clean energy champion, pitched G-Energy, promoting compressed natural gas. Oluwadamilare Ololade introduced University X, simplifying education management for tertiary institutions. Akpan Emmanuel shared AI Teacher, empowering teachers with AI-driven tools. Anita Oji, a healthcare strategist, presented Code Red, optimizing emergency care with real-time hospital bed data. At the University of Ibadan, Temiloluwa Shonubi, a tech-savvy visionary, pitched EduGaze, using augmented reality for immersive learning. Olorun Toba Ajayi, a healthcare reformer, introduced Dokia, a live consultation platform reducing hospital wait times. Lawal Oluwatimilenyi, a housing advocate, presented Bale Prime, repurposing abandoned homes into affordable rentals. Kemi Olakunle, a healthcare innovator, pitched Health for Money, making health insurance accessible for low-income Nigerians. Virtually, Nyodu Agadaga, an environmental advocate, pitched Airify, a real-time air quality monitoring system. Michael Ikiroda, a trader's ally, introduced Quab, simplifying payments for cash-driven businesses. Benjamin Onakoya presented Epicentry, protecting businesses from API vulnerabilities. Ugonna Ginigeme pitched Figure, a B2B wholesale marketplace and credit access. At Purple Academy in Lagos, Abiola Ogunjobi, an e-commerce disruptor, presented Lexia AI, revolutionizing online product descriptions. Damilola Sholadoye, a data-driven strategist, shared Bonds, a customer engagement platform. Uche Agbara, a beauty innovator, pitched Bloom Beauty, reimagining personalized beauty services. For Larin Kamar, a healthcare pioneer, introduced My Itura, combining remote consultations and lab testing. Emmanuel Adeboje, an education visionary, shared ACID, enabling flexible education payments. In Kano, Sule Wisdom David, a sustainability advocate, pitched Circle X, rewarding users for recycling. Ibrahim Ahmed Rufai, a land reform visionary, introduced DigiLands. Uthman Kamaldeen shared Abinchi, simplifying campus food delivery. Miriam Adebimpe Tahir, a determined educator, pitched Unify, bridging educational divides through scalable remote learning. The final stop was Afe Babalola University in Ekiti, where Temiloluwa Ashagola, an education advocate, presented DevMe, preparing students for the future economy. Chukwu Chikodeli Mary Zita shared Preview, using AI to transform event planning. Jacob Abiodun, a value chain optimizer, pitched Coconoto, addressing inefficiencies in coconut processing. Closing the journey was Ruth Ede with Scratup Nigeria Limited, converting agricultural waste into biofertilizers. These 35 innovators have been mentored by industry leaders, refining their concepts under expert guidance. Pitching at the grand finale in Lagos, the stakes couldn't be higher. Who will win and become Africa's next meta lord, reshaping industries and defining the future of innovation?
So far, I identify as a participant. Whew. Our chairman and our MD, I just remembered right now, while Mr. Tunde was talking, he made mention that next year, this beautiful company is going to celebrate 80 years serving Nigerians and Africa. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Wema Bank PLC. My prayer is that by the time we are going to celebrate Wema Bank PLC, at this moment, DDK doesn't trust me anymore. I don't trust myself either. Thank God our chairman is here and our MD CEO is here. By the time we are going to celebrate 80 years, my prayer is that I will be one of the MCs. MD, can you say amen? Chairman, can you say amen? She's saying amen. Please pick that as an evidence. Thank you very much. But then I wouldn't mind if you can pay me in advance. Because I need the money now. Let me invest ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is a complete gentleman. And is one of the biggest aside crude oil. Or let me say, in my own book, is bigger than crude oil. Is spiritually knowledgeable, is productive in teaching, and is skillful in creating opportunities. He's a kingdom ambassador, a fund and asset manager. He's a seasoned investor and is building Africa's largest alternative investment company. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome the CEO of Opportunic Global Fund. Can we all put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Kola Oyene. Keep clapping, come on.
Good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies and innovators in the room. Good afternoon to the leadership of Wema Bank PLC, to the management, the staff, and everyone behind this amazing platform that you've created. Let's put our hands together and just appreciate everyone behind this. And also to just highlight and say good afternoon to two of my good friends who happen to be commissioners in Lagos State and Ekiti State. Honorable commissioners, good afternoon to you, and good to see you both. And to my sister who I'm meeting for the first time, even though I've followed your work for such a long time, DDK. Good afternoon. And ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you. Permit me to stand on every other, how do we say it? All existing protocols. It's such a great honor and a privilege to stand here and speak to innovators and creators. As you've heard, my name is Kola Oyene. I believe very strongly in the power of entrepreneurship and the power of people who are able to create and solve incredible problems. Over the last 12 to 15 years, I've had the opportunity to witness firsthand some of the biggest companies that have come out of Nigeria and some of the founders who have been able to solve some of these biggest problems and turn them into at least a couple of unicorns in the country. And so therefore, I want to say thank you to everyone who thought it useful for me to be here and address you. I want to say well done to Solomon's team and everyone involved in the innovation at Wema Bank. Let me start with a quick story of something that happened recently. Someone that is a global figure visited Nigeria. He sits, I like to consider him as a king, as the king of finance globally, highly respected. His name is Jamie Dimon. He was in Nigeria about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and a few of us had the opportunity to sit with him at lunch. Just about 10 of us. And during lunch, one of the people around the table asked a question. I said, Jamie, when would JP Morgan consider opening a JP Morgan Chase Innovation Hub in Nigeria? And for a minute, I found the question quite embarrassing because I thought to myself, why would JP Morgan care about Nigerian innovators and entrepreneurs that they will open one here? Perhaps he would rather start out with the US than Nigeria, because I'm a believer in Nigerians solving Nigerians' problems. And he answered, as I was thinking that in my head, he gave an answer that almost corroborated my shock at that question. I said, well, why don't your banks start it first? And then perhaps external banks will begin. Because we are a bank, we are not charity. My God, it felt like a slap. But I thought it was a good slap. And so the reason I shared that story is I think it's great to see a bank like Wema Bank doing something like this. And I think let's really, I'm not, but for those that know me very well, I choose my word carefully, and I'm not one to give accolades for just accolades' sake. When we see something good that an institution is doing, I think it's so important that we actually endorse it publicly. And I think this is one of the very few that I've seen an institution like Wema Bank doing, and really we should applaud it. In innovation and technology, or innovation and the journey of innovation and business building, about 8 years ago, I was in my office. A gentleman who I'd known for many years wanted to see me. And he came in and said, I want to talk to you about something that we've been building for about a year plus. But we're building it out of a bank's office, or a bank is a part of it or backing it. But we'd love for you to support and back us by just giving us a space that we could work out of. I think it was 2016 thereabout, if memory serves me correctly. And for those that know part of what I do, spaces for entrepreneurship and innovators, happens to be one of them. So I said, how much space do you guys need? He said, just a space for about 4 or 5 developers. So we went up and down my building in Lekki 1, just about 10 minutes drive from here. And then he pointed to one that would be suitable for them to use. And he said, we might not be able to pay you for a while, but it might pay off after a while. It sounded like an interesting story that, what do you mean you're not going to pay? But cut a long story short, the small room of entrepreneurs, about 4 of them, from 2016 grew to be them acquiring an existing companies that have been in our space for about a year before that, acquiring that technology. And transition and through evolution came to become now a $3 billion company, and one of the companies that you know as one of the finest out of Africa called Flutterwave. So you can imagine the kind of companies that I've had the opportunities to see. So I'm not here to speak to you about textbook. I'm here to talk to you about having been over at least a decade, seeing companies start with 2 founders, seeing them become a $1 billion company and above. Seeing companies start with 3 founders, seeing them become a $100 million company in this same Nigeria. But at the same time, I've also seen companies start with 2, 3 founders, raise money, $40 million, $20 million, $5 million. I've also seen them shut down. What is the difference between those who go on to build successful companies and those who go on, even having raised funds, completely shutting down? So I'm not here today to talk about the quote-unquote sexy part of entrepreneurship. I'm here to talk to you because they are now fantastic founders who perhaps will receive from grants from the bank, perhaps will receive checks from some of us who might be interested in the companies. But how do you ensure that you build and you last? Because you see, the pageantry of entrepreneurship is what we see, these videos that you just seen now. It's always very nice when the top 3, the top 5, the top 10. But I have seen in my over a decade experience of backing entrepreneurs that only about 5% of them go on to do something big after 5 years. In fact, statistics have shown us that globally, 1 out of every 100 businesses that start today, only 1 will still remain after 5 years. It's a global statistics. And I like to say Nigeria is even maybe more difficult than that because you're in an environment that is conspired against you. Globally, you are dealing with 2 major forces. You deal with market forces, you deal with economic forces. In Nigeria, you deal with market forces, you deal with economic forces, and you deal with evil forces. Now, the evil forces you deal with are more powerful than the market forces and the economic forces because you can plan and strategize Saturday, Sunday against market forces and economic forces. But how do you plan against evil forces? But let me explain what evil forces are just before you begin to think that maybe because he's a spirit-led entrepreneur, he's here to talk. No, this is not church stuff. Evil forces are in about 5 in numbers. Let me break them down very quickly. You know, I said I didn't come to talk to you about the pageantry of entrepreneurship. That's everything that is going on here. The lights, the screens, the videos, they are all very nice. But there are people who are sitting in this room, for instance, who might never go on the wrong way of entrepreneurship, of this fantastic hackathon, which, by the way, we must do and do more and do bigger, but who will end up being extremely successful if they obey certain rules that can help them fight evil forces in Nigeria. Number 1 evil force in Nigeria for entrepreneurs is the entrepreneurs themselves. What do I mean? When I leave this place, I'm going to a very special place in Lagos. It's called the Economic and Financial Crime Office, EFCC, just on Awolowo Road. I'm not going for me, just because you are wondering. I'm going there because a business that had no business feeling, none whatsoever, raised money from us. And because this is a public forum, I'm happy to share, to the tune of about 2 billion naira. At a time where exchange rate was about 350 or so thereabout to the naira. So do the maths in terms of what that was in terms of dollars. They had no business feeling. We financed them to solve a major problem in Nigeria called food shortage. So agribusiness, powered by technology, some of the ones that you're seeing here. Not only did they raise money from us, they raised from 10, 15 other institutions. So through their hands, about 70 billion naira went through their hands in a space of 5 years. How does a business like that fold up? Because the founders never intended to run a business. So they were responsible for shutting down the business. They had access to government, they had access to contracts, but they never set out to run a company. They simply set out to do the pageantry of entrepreneurship and really just live a good life. By the time the investigation started, we found out that they were flying private jet from Lagos to Abuja. I, the investor, you know, I said I didn't come to talk to you about the nice part of entrepreneurship because there are things you can Google. There are things I can tell you today just by typing ChatGPT and say, give me 10 ways to run a successful business. They'll give you some. But ask ChatGPT to give you 10 ways to run a successful business in Nigeria. It will be confused. Because you see, running a business in Nigeria, whether you are tech-driven or not, it's a kettle of fish, a different kettle of fish on its own. So we found out they were flying private jets. We found out they had diverted money into real estate. In fact, we found out that they bought a premium property right on Bodilon. We found out that they were even giving hundreds of millions of naira to their church, which should appeal to me because I'm from that establishment. But it didn't make sense because these were all investor funds. Diverted, spent, squandered. So we're at EFCC to try and recover whatever asset is left of this company so that we can sell and give investors their money back. The number one evil force that you must deal with is yourself. I found, let me give you a quick example of my life. 2012, and I'm here again to give you practical things, and I wanted to speak from my heart to you. 2012, I had $150,000. That was my money. 2012. I was a 31-year-old entrepreneur in Lagos, Nigeria. And there was a particular brand of car that I'd always wanted to drive. I love it. I still do. Maybe not as much. It's called G550. So, $150,000 at that time to bring one into the country was about $120,000. And as the devil likes to use evil forces to also make it happen, presented somebody else who was bringing cars in and found a perfect G550 for me and brought it in. I test drove it. It felt the way I thought it was going to feel. So I said, this must be right. The day before, thank God, typically I would sleep over a decision before I make it. So by the next morning, I woke up, I sat by my bedside, and I asked myself, you've founded a company for 2.5 years, and you have $150,000. You've been successful. 2 years, we broke even, we made money, I was fine. If I wasn't working anymore, I could possibly be fine for that for a few years. And you want to drive your destiny on the streets of Lagos and compete with... So I spoke to myself, and I called this real-life story. I mean, some of you might have heard me share it before. And I said I didn't want the car anymore. He was upset. He shouted. I said, what do you mean? We bought it. I don't want it anymore. I'm happy to pay any fine. Cut a long story short. A year later, that money will become the seed capital for a company that I found in 2014, which is an insurance technology company. Some of you might know it, which today is over $20 million in market capitalization. What am I trying to say? The second evil force that you must fight is on delayed gratification. Every single time you get a check from Wema Bank, for instance, and something says to you, it's time to go to party, just know it's the opposite that you need to do. Delayed gratification would deliver a future that you can only ever imagine. Delayed gratification is what says to you that everybody else can paint Lagos red on a Friday night. But no, I'm supposed to be sinking this money in and be working and be sweating it out until it is done. So number one, yourself. Two, delay that you have to do. Number three, evil force that affects businesses in Nigeria. And I'm sorry, I know there are some of my friends in government here. You know it's never complete without talking about government. Number three is that you must find a way to ensure that government does not happen to you. And that if it happens to you in a good way. This is to say that you must have a way of working with government. You see, we've always seen government as anti-innovation. Sometimes, but not just Nigerian government, the US government has stood in the way of innovation in digital currency over the last 10 years until most recently, 2024 in particular. In this same Lagos, 1 minute we saw a company called GoCada. The next day, by a stroke of pen, they were gone. So 1 minute you can have a business, the next minute you can be gone by a government policy. And those policies can be for the right reasons. I'm just giving you an example. So the ability as an entrepreneur to engage government is one of the reasons, particularly in Nigeria, in your sector, would elongate your life as an entrepreneur in Nigeria. Many of the fintechs that you hear about today, go and talk to GB of Flutterwave, go and talk to Shola of Paystar, go and talk to Tosin of MoneyPoint, go and talk to Richard of Bamboo, how many times they could have been shut down. What is a unicorn without, you will be a sunicorn. So, number 3, engage government. The 4th one, over competition. This one is not one we talk about a lot. We always feel that our idea is so unique that it's the only things that has happened since the sliced bread. But you see, the next person that is sitting right next to you, I don't know how many people came out of this in the end, your person in this same competition can be your best collaborator in business. One of the biggest things that happened to us was the ability to bring, for instance, insurance companies together for the first time in Nigeria to open up their rates and get them to collaborate. Collaborate, if you fight the evil of over-competition and collaborate, you can open up markets that you never knew existed. Extremely, extremely important. The 5th and final one. This one is an important one because it goes back to where I started from, which is the entrepreneur. Resist the urge for too much media. Let me repeat myself. Resist the urge for too much media. In 2017, CNN came to Nigeria. Some of us have been in this space for quite a bit. We've seen quite a bit. And they were featuring companies these are the innovators of Nigeria. And there were about 5 of these companies that they picked that they wanted to feature. And I knew that 4 out of these companies really were not running a business. But they were on CNN, Voices of Africa, or African Voices. Do you know that all those 5 companies don't exist today? But all the founders, all were CNN featured. Media can be very good for your business. But too much of it, if all you do is just yourself out there, just see me, see what I'm building, and no structure and nothing behind it, it's only a matter of time before people find you out. And so those 5 forces will help you fight the main force that I believe can really resist entrepreneurs in Nigeria, which is the evil force of the 3rd one. The other 2, of market force, of economic force, you can deal with that very easily. It takes brain power, it takes hiring the right set of people, it takes building structures to make sure that those happen. Let me close, have a short time with this short story. We're at a point in our nation and in Africa where innovation, my goodness, would unlock so much value than we can ever imagine. Everywhere you look, it seems like there are challenges and troubles and problems, but opportunities abound. We're similar to where the US was about 120 years ago. Let me start by telling you a short story about the people who built America. They're not necessarily people in government, because many times we blame people in politics and in government. I love my friends in government because what we need them for is policies, to just write the right policies and implement it. But the first person to lay the rails in the US for railroad was Vanderbilt. It was not in government. After Vanderbilt laid the rails and then there were trains in the US, then there was a gentleman who really felt that the US needed some kind of fuel to power, actually it was initially kerosene to light up the US. His name was John D. Rockefeller. Discovered a company and founded a company called Standard Oil. Dug the first crude oil out, and all they had out of it was kerosene just to light up the US. And as he was doing that, somebody somewhere, his name was Thomas Edison, was working quietly on AC/DC that we see today, electricity. And I'm cutting the story short very quickly. All of this, by the way, was happening within a 2-3 decade period. Within 30 years, all of this happened. It can tell you what can happen in Nigeria. And we are already in our first decade. We spent our first decade of innovation, by the way. Again, that's something I didn't have time to go into. But as Edison was working on this, there was a guy who was just like Wema Bank, looking at Edison. What are you trying to do? And he said, I'm trying to replace kerosene with electric bulb. And this young man who came from the house of Morgan, his name is Pierpont Morgan, J.P. Morgan, provided the finance that Thomas Edison would need to take this experiment from the lab and take it to the public. In fact, J.P. Morgan's house in New York was the first place to have electricity in the whole world. Shows you where banking power, and for some of us who are now in finance, shows you where we come in empowering innovation. Without J.P. Morgan, there will be no electricity. So love the bankers. So innovation, as that was happening, there was now competition between the man of, and by the way, as this was going on, they needed rails. They needed more steel to lay more rails in the US. There was a guy called Andrew Carnegie who was mining iron ore and turning them to steel in the US. He became a man of steel. This steel will end up laying more rails. This steel will end up building the US skyscrapers that you see today. That's where Carnegie came from. But John D. Rockefeller was now in a race and competition with Thomas Edison's light bulb, because there was a campaign now that, light bulbs will shock people and things like that. So Edison needed to find a solution, or J.P. Morgan needed to find a solution, or D. Rockefeller needed to find a solution. And then he found that what they were throwing away before from this crude oil called petrol could power vehicles. As he discovered that, somebody called Henry Ford had created what you know as locomotive vehicles, but didn't know that a combustion engine could be created. That combustion engine was done, fuel entered it, cars came into the road. As that was going on, ladies and gentlemen, there were two brothers called the Wright brothers. The Wright brothers were creating an ultimate flying machine that we know today as airplanes. In the space of 30 years, innovation transformed the US to the country that we know it to be today. In the space of less than 30 years, innovation can take Nigeria from where it is to where it needs to be. Ladies and gentlemen, it took Nokia just 10 years to go from being the leader in mobile phone makers in the world to being completely irrelevant in the industry for Apple and Samsung to take over. It takes a very short period of time for innovation to disrupt other innovations and for companies to leapfrog to the future. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening. I wish you all the best. Thank you. Woo!
If I was in the church right now, I would be speaking in tongues. Because that was powerful. Please, let's celebrate it one more time, ladies and gentlemen. So you need to be proud of yourself as a banker because you have the capacity to fund the world and to build the world. So we are banking on you as a banker. 5 evil forces against entrepreneurs. Well done, sir. Yourself on delayed gratification, government policy receives the urge for too much attention, media. Okay. There's this particular brand that I know very well. This particular brand came all the way from South Africa. And they started from somewhere around here. You know the brand already, right? They started right here in Oniru. Very big brand, all the way from South Africa. They launched Lagos branch. Attendance was around 2,400. Sales was around 138 million. Because aside the 5 that you mentioned, sir, we have more. Am I right? Especially when you don't do your DD, you don't do your KYC and all that. They left Lagos. They went to Abuja. The day they launched the brand in Abuja, attendance was around 4,200. Sales was around 94 million. What was ShopRite? Okay, now that you have heard. They left Lagos. They went straight to Ibadan. The day they launched ShopRite in Ibadan, attendance 398,000. Sales 62,794 naira. That was a joke anyway. But people went there to the pricing pure water. Say go agba 20 naira, we lose. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be having the first performance today, or maybe the last performance. And it's going to be in form of spoken words. And this particular performance could help you communicate to your own personality. And this man I'm about to present to you speaks with great velocity and sometimes with ferocity, depending on his mood. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together as I present to you Toby Abiodun.
Good afternoon, everyone. I also had to adjust the mic. Higher people, higher powers. My name is Toby Abiodun. I am a writer and a spoken word poet. And just like the MD CEO of Wema Bank, I studied mechanical engineering, but I now work in advertising and doing spoken word poetry. Standing on the existing protocol, I want to share a few words of poetry with you guys today. And I'll do them in Pidgin. I will not use English, because there's been a lot of English in the room today. So I'll do Pidgin. Is that fine? Is that fine? So I'll start with something. I want you to echo what I say, especially for the young people in the room. When I say something, you echo it. I would say, I be small boy, big force. And you say it after me. If you are a girl, say, please say, I be small girl, big force. Don't say, I be small boy. Right? Is that fine? So, I be small boy, big force. Small mouth will talk. Body small like container. Dream big like pot. I know they fear hustle. In fact, I get to. The story sound personal. But the matter concern you. How far your dream? Hope you dey pursue am. Jejely. Now from clap them till they enter dance. I believe your light. You guys believe am too. You know get how night take dark. You know fit cover moon. I dey see your sweat. And I get one belief. Say your hustle go pay. People go see receipt. Whether you dey your office or they run out for streets, no shaking. I dey your side. Your heritage legit. Them say you no fit. Tell them make them chill. Burger no fit tell eba. How banga soup they be. Hustle to the future green. It dead in Niger blood. Warriors fit give anything. But warriors know they give up. So I'll do this really short last one before I leave because we're really short of time. I'll ask a question. How far? How far? Makes sense. I should let you all know that I have zero tolerance for lazy people. They are not my people. Because like China-made product, lazy people know they last. They go a long way only to realize saying that the wrong way then pass. Lazy people be like Java phones. Them don't know what's up. They are always very far from achieving their dreams. That is why the response to how far is ideal. When the correct response to how far should be, far again. So my people, how far? Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. Now it takes a made-up mind to overcome laziness. And making up your mind does not require a Mary Kay, but it starts with a foundation. So for a young boy like me, the foundation begins with trying to make ends meet. The struggle may not end, but ends must be met. My mind be like ice blocks, so sometimes they melt. If hard work really pays, it must pay me in hard currency. Spin myself for the money, call me fatty rolling dollar. Them say street now for sharp guys, and this boy no be dullard. I don't soak myself for hard work, so like Gary, I must rise. And that's just life. The hustle takes common sense, and come on, common sense is common. You just won't find it in the market if you don't shop right. Because death figure jam you for where they chop life. So break it down in tiny bits like chef when they chop life. I am seeking the light at the end of the tunnel. Call it Star Trek. So when I finally find it, this star no go trek. The road is not for chickens. You won't take it if you don't overtake. Because success and mediocrity no be match. That's why them know they play. And laziness be like cashless ATM. The level no they pay. And greatness is just a thing till you breathe life into it. Listen, you no need Nigeria brew be packaging before you go no say be star. But if they drink plenty beer, no me say go turn star. Every hustle get payday, but where you the hustle now, if you know be where your payday. Them say street now for sharp guys, but it depends on the area where your street day. Because I know sharp guys whose lives have been cut short by blunt dreams. You won't see it if you don't believe it. The boys who sold their souls for chicken change now possess foul spirits. Stay true to yourself. Stay true to yourself. Stay true to yourself. No let people when they stay caught no bother you. But if they persist, lay them in a pool of urine and tell them to rest in peace. Peace.
We about to bring vibe. I can do it. Tobi Abiodun is a minister, but not a mini star. And our chairman is my sister, and I'm here to assist her. And so whenever she sees me, she says star. I am working when I'm supposed to be serving siesta. DDK, have you seen Esther? Thank you very much. Please a round of applause for him one more time. Thank you. Oh, boy, oh boy. The time we've been waiting for and the moment we've been anticipating is almost here. As you can see, they are getting ready already. They're trying to set it up. We are getting there. And trust me, in the next few minutes, we are going to round up with everything. We give out the checks and we'll round up with the event. But then, while Mr. Kola Oyeneyin was speaking, well done, sir. I like to say things that has to do with my personal experience. I mean, at age 31, you were already building not just Nigeria, but Africa. I shared something about a particular brand, but I didn't finish it because, I was waiting for the guy that came up here to do the spoken word. There is this other brand, and I'm not even joking now. I don't joke with my jokes. There's another brand that is known all over the nation, and they are known to sell ice cream. With affiliation with another brand, they sell pizza. They did so well on the island, because you made mention of Nokia going and coming down. They did so well on the island. They did very well as well. Then they left Ikeja. They passed Mangoro. They passed Dokbemu. They went straight to Egbeda. They did not stay at Egbeda. They went down to Isheri. They did not wait. They now went straight to Ikotun. Not ordinary Ikotun, the one that comes with Egbe. They are known to sell pizza and ice cream. As I'm talking to you, they are now selling rice 200, Ewa 50. How many of you know that brand? I don't want to mention the name. What? Well, it is what it is. It is what it is. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be bringing the top 10 on stage. And I believe this is the moment we've all been anticipating to witness. And right about now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to play the top 10 videos. Can we all focus attention on the beautiful screens beside me? Thank you very much.
The vision for Hackaholics 5.0 is simple yet powerful: to inspire, incubate, and invest the brightest minds reshaping Africa's future. Over the years, Hackaholics has become more than a competition. It's a movement driving innovation across industries, addressing real-world challenges, and empowering the next generation of trailblazers. This year, Hackaholics 5.0 embarked on an ambitious journey across 8 schools and virtual stages, engaging over 2,000 plus applicants and uncovering 35 exceptional innovators. Today, we unveil the top 10 visionaries whose groundbreaking ideas captured hearts, minds, and the promise of a transformative impact. They've risen above thousands, been mentored by industry leaders, and refined their visions to solve Africa's most pressing challenges. Meet the top 10 teams. University X, simplifying tertiary education management. University X is an all-encompassing platform revolutionizing how institutions operate, making education more efficient and transparent. And Payment AI, an AI-powered platform, streamlines payment solutions, ensuring financial transactions are faster, smarter, and more reliable than ever before. Bloom Beauty, revolutionizing the beauty industry. Bloom Beauty uses AI to create customized beauty solutions tailored to individual preferences. Acid. Acid enables students to access education by offering flexible payment options, making learning more accessible for everyone. Figure. A B2B wholesale marketplace providing businesses with credit access and fostering a thriving ecosystem for commerce. Northino, empowering African native speakers with localized digital skills. Northino bridges the gap between traditional knowledge and modern technology. NIMSI, bringing sustainability to agriculture. NIMSI offers solar-powered tools that increase productivity while protecting the environment. My Therapist. My Therapist connects users with mental health professionals, providing accessible and affordable therapy solutions for emotional well-being. Ballet Prime. Bale Prime transforms unused properties into affordable rentals, tackling housing challenges and fostering community growth. My Itura. Combining technology and healthcare, My Itura offers remote consultations and lab testing, ensuring quality healthcare is available to all. These 10 teams have demonstrated exceptional talent and vision. With every pitch, they've demonstrated that Africa's innovation future is brighter than ever. Who will claim the grand prize and emerge as the ultimate innovator of Hackaholics 5.0?
Personally, I can't wait. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we'll be inviting to the stage right now the top 10, the winners. So ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome University X and Payment AI, the Bloom Beauty, ACCEEDE, Notinho, Nimsey Agro, my therapist, Bale Prime, Yitura. I'm all right with the pronunciation though. Please a round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. And before the presentation, distinguished guests, I'd like to invite someone to the microphone. I skipped one. Oh, thank you for that correction. Figure. I'm so sorry for that. You're welcome, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly invite to the microphone someone who is going to explain to us the criteria of how the videos were selected or how the winners were selected. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm applause for Mrs. Adebomi Wellington Ogunlewe.
All right, we're getting closer to announcing the winners. I'm sure everyone is excited. I think we should give an applause again to our grand finalists and to Wema Bank for putting this together. As our funny MC said, I'm Adebomi Wellington. I stand here today as one of the objective independent judges that review the criteria and review the pitches from the various different submissions. It was quite simple and it was quite clear. Number one, they were judged clearly based on the problem that they had. They were judged on the solution that they preferred, and they were judged on how fit the idea was based on the vision that Wema had for Meta Idea. I'll run through the 7 criteria that we used to select the 10 finalists from the 35. One was the business model. How sustainable is this? You know, how competitive is this product? Is it going to make money? Is it viable? Does it make sense? Customer validation, right? Is the problem relevant? Is it solving a big problem? Is there huge market share for this, right? And is there going to be market acceptance and market adoption? Third one, innovation, that has been a big word today. How novel is it? How creative is this problem? Is this solution that has been put out, right? How is it setting apart what has been in the market before? Is there any incremental, is it an incremental solution or is it a major solution, right? The design, how useful is what they have put together? How can a user come to this solution that they have and use it easily, right? Technology, how core is technology to the deployment of this product, to the deployment of this business and solution? The team, what capacity does the team have to deliver on this big problem that they are solving? And then, of course, Wema Bank's criteria. How does this align with the objective of Wema to push meta of ideas, the ideas of ideas, to set the tone in terms of bringing out the greatness in Africa, bringing out the greatness in entrepreneurship in Africa. Without further ado, I'll bring back the MC to bring up the announcements for the winner of Meta Hackaholics.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And at this juncture, I would like to leave the stage right now to someone who's going to do us the honor of presenting the first set of awards. Ladies and gentlemen, a moment, please.
Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending.
And yes, it's important that we clear the road for the person we are about to invite to the stage. And she will do us the honor of presenting the first two sets of awards. Ladies and gentlemen, I need you all to please give a valuable and necessary applause to a woman who is not an emperor, but a conqueror, the champion and the lioness. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's honor our very own chairman, Wema Bank PLC. Come up with hands together for Dr. and Mrs. Oluwayemisi Olorunshola.
How are you feeling now? Tense? Anyway, whatever happens today, I want to let you know that you are all winners. That you're
Hello.
Okay, so I was saying that you are here today, that you are on this stage means you are a winner. So regardless of who becomes the first person today, you are all winners. And as we have been told by our speakers, I want you to take the awards and build on what you have started already. I can see winners in all of you. I'm looking into the next 5, 10 years, and I'm looking at visiting your companies, going on the net to search for you, and using your solution to do something. And I hope you will take that with you. So I'm here to announce the women winners today. Like I said, everyone here is a winner, but we have heard it said several times that for a woman to win, you have to work twice as hard as the men. So I want to congratulate the ladies here. Congratulations to all of you. But our 3 ladies, and we have 2 winners from them, the first runner-up and the first person, the finalists from the women. We still have the overall finalists. So, ladies and gentlemen, do you want me to give you a hug before I announce the names? So that I can strengthen you a little? Okay. All right. The first runner-up is none other than my Itura. Please clap for her. It's not easy to get to that stage. we'll get to know more about my Itura later. And okay, they're looking at me. The winner from amongst the 3 women finalists is my therapist. Okay, so my Itura will be leaving this platform and going home today with 8 million naira.
Lead me to my destiny. I have
please clap for her. Yes.
I have vision, though I believe.
And my therapist. Are you going to be my therapist? We'll also be going home with 12 million naira. Please clap for them. Clap for all of them. They have done well. Congratulations to you. So, MC, it's my job done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The beautiful ma'am, we'd like to take pictures with them. We'd like to take pictures with them. Congratulations, my Itura and the therapist. Wow, 12 million naira. Are you looking for a good man? Do you like what you see? Let's invest in this marriage together. Wow. Women are powerful. And I love to say this. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Congratulations to both of you. Congratulations. Thank you very much. To do us the honor of presenting the next set of awards, ladies and gentlemen, can we all celebrate our very own MD and CEO of Wema Bank PLC. Give it up for Mr. Maruf Hosseini.
I'm trying to hold this thing so that you guys have no idea. Thank you very much, everyone. I think it's been about 3 odd hours well spent. Thank you to all the presenters also. A few things I would like to say before I dive into this. I think one thing we have done today is we've elevated our gender play. I'm known as he for she for life. And I explain what that means and why it's very, very important to me. Apart from my father and my brother here, there are 3 very important women in my life. One is late now. First of that was my mother. May God grant her paradise wherever she is. The second, I won't say the second, the 2 of them, and in no particular order. My sister, because she was in my life before my wife, but my wife also because she's been in my life for 25 years. And they've been very, very impactful to me, so I take women very, very seriously. And for those that know me, I'm a man of few words, but when I decide to speak, I speak with a lot of passion, and people look at me and say, Maruf is quiet, but those that really know me know that I'm a wordsmith. If I really want to drop it down, put it out there. So, ladies, there are 3 of them. As far as I'm concerned, you're all winners. But what I decided to do when I stood on stage, I was telling all of you that I was going to play around with the prizes. And I'm a banker, and I've been in the study of money all my working life. People say, I'm going to speak Yoruba because I do that a lot, and I'll translate to those that don't understand Yoruba. And I've heard a lot of speakers say things here today about money and all that. But people will say, Mr. Oyeneyin here said, J.P. Morgan, fantastic ideas. Without his financing, none of those things could have happened. So we are the finance man in Nigeria today, so I'm not J.P. Morgan, I'm Moruf Hosseini. Well, we hold the purse. And at my level, sometimes I tell myself, Moruf, God has granted you to get to this height. It is not by your making in any way. I'm MDCO of Wema today because it's simply grace. It's destiny. There is no story about it. Everything I should have done on my own, went to the best schools, ridiculously competitive. My officers know me. I never want to be second. And if by chance I end up being second, it's always clear in my mind that I aim to be number 1. And I've been like that from my King's College days. Stupendously, very, very competitive. But it's obvious to me that you get to a particular height and you start realizing it's not about you anymore. It's about others. So I'm not their CEO in Wema. I'm their leader. There's a difference. A lot of bank MDs are CEOs. And I say that because there is no officer of mine here, those that are very close to me, those that are my direct reports, that do not have the Moruf Hosseini story. And that was taught to me by my dad when I was young to say, anyone you interface with must have a story about you. And Moruf, that story must be a positive one. And that's what I try to do. So what would light the bulb on the head of my ED, Sudema Bangoku, is different from what would light the bulb on Shegun Okweke, is different from what would light the bulb on Kayode Bakari. Fantastic executive directors, I couldn't ask for more, but I need to know what will light their bulbs, because if I don't know that, I can't lead them. And what is leadership? Leadership is simply using your exalted position to create opportunities for others, to allow them to be the best they can be. That's simply what we're trying to do here today. So I look at these youngsters. Some of us too are here decades ago where you guys are. And today I'm MD of the bank. There's a chairman here. There are EDs. Who knows? Like my brother said, let's not call it a unicorn. Let's call it a Adaba. Who knows who among you will be the Adaba of Africa in years to come? I don't, but God knows. So when I stood here, the total prize money was 75 million. But you know the beauty of being MD CEO? That chief executive officer gives you the discretion to sit down and take certain decisions because the board, the owners of the bank, the chairman, have entrusted in me the ability to, the capacity to run the bank and lead 7,000 fantastic, brilliant, passionate people. So as I stood there, I told myself, I said, I want to increase this pricing. The prices, and I was looking at a number and I said about 2x wouldn't be bad, right? So from 75 million I decided I was going to do about 145 million. And thank you. Thank you. And the simple reason for that is number one, sorry, 1 second. I don't like doing things small. I tell people, if you have to dream, let your dream be big. There's this song by Young John, it's called Big, Big Things, More Like. And like I said when I started, I said in the entertainment vertical, in the sports vertical, why a lot of our youngsters gravitate towards those verticals is because certain incentives have been put in place. And we as captains of industry, we need to walk our talk and start doing things deliberately. So I imagine a day, and not today, but a day when competitions like this, and it's not about Wema alone, across Nigeria, you'll have real prizes put at it, and they start saying the number one prize is $1 million. I can bet you every parent in Nigeria, that maths, you have to understand it. That physics, you have to understand it. And until we get to that point, we will not be taking this game seriously. Wema Bank has been around for 80 years. And for those of you that don't know, this is the oldest indigenous bank in Nigeria. It started as a bank called Agbomagbe. For those of you that understand Yoruba well, Agbomagbe means a well that will never run dry. And if in 80 years it's still standing, it's been innovating and doing all the fantastic things we are doing, then our forefathers must have done something right. Now, it was started because our forebears had no access to financing. The big banks of that time were foreign banks. And so a man called Chief Okukpe said, there was no way that my people could really grow and scale and become self-sufficient without access to financing. And they started this bank. And he's gone through his own issues, transformation and all that. But one thing we've been able to do, the most important word in Wema, is resilience. We are resilient. When we fall, we stand up, we innovate, we reinvent ourselves, we disrupt ourselves. That's why we're here. Unarguably, and you are mentioning all these names, all the fintech leaders in Nigeria, there is none of them who is what is sold today. I didn't sit in front of me years ago when they were starting their business. In fact, some of them, I gave them their first contract. And I stand to be corrected. Unarguably today, Alat opened up that space for the Nigerian fintech community. And the beauty of it is, when we started and a lot of others joined us, we pivoted and we became the rails for the industry. And for those that understand banking, there is no fintech, whether you like it or not. When you look back, you know the financial superpower behind you. That superpower for the financial ecosystem is Wema Bank today, and it's a lot. So what I've tried to do, ladies and gentlemen, is to put a topper on what your prize money would be, so that it's substantial. And it's not about the money alone. Honestly, we're a financial institution. We make sure we support businesses like yours. We support, so you are green businesses. There are brownfield businesses we support. But Mr. Onyinye said one thing. I am someone that also believes in deferred gratification. So he was talking about a G-Wagon. In my investment banking life, the first bonuses you get, back in those days, you use it to buy, as investment bankers, we love watches. And I had a dream watch in my mind at that time, but my first bonus could not buy it. So I told myself the option was to spend the whole £35,000 bonus then to walk in and buy the watch I wanted, or to buy a cheaper watch, continue busting my ass, and then when I become truly wealthy, I'll be able to buy the watch I want. So deferred gratification is extremely, extremely important. You can consume your future today or hold back a bit, and in 5-10 years' time, you are living La Vida Loca for the rest of your life. That's my own story. That's my life story, right? And so when he was talking about the G-Wagon, back in the days too, I used to have everything I wanted. I used to put on my screensaver. Once I put it on my screensaver, and I have this saying that what the mind of man can commit to, what the mind of man can conceive and believe, and and is ready to work hard on it, you achieve it. Once I put that thing on screensaver, my brother knows me. That's the next target we are getting it. So for me, please, deferred gratification is very, very important. Work very hard on and make sure you hone your skills. The most important thing in life is God will send you your destiny helpers. For those of us here today, if I lie to you that it's because I went to King's or Ife or the great schools I went all over the world, I'll be lying to you. As far as I'm concerned, I ascribe all that to 1%. All that effort I put in is 1%. 99%, I ascribe it to the man on top. Because what happens is, as you're walking your life's journey and you are disciplined and you do the things you need to do, he would open doors where there are no doors. God will open windows where there are no windows. He will send bank MDs to you to fund your businesses. He will create opportunities for you. Your path will be lined. But you must be prepared, for opportunity means preparedness. Without you being prepared, no one is going to invest in you, right? So what I did was I did 2x on the money, and I think what we'll put on the table won't be bad when I begin to announce it. So with that said, I will start with, let me move this way so that you don't take a peek into what I am holding. I will start with the fourth one out. And the name of the company is called Notino. Is that you?
To join him in presenting that, let's have
I need one of my
ED Bakari to please join him.
Kayode Bakari, the newest ED in the Nigerian banking industry. Maybe, is there anything we're giving them? Just the announcement. Okay, so, and the fact that you are fourth today, that's just for today. You never know. 5 years down the line, you may be bigger than. So the world is your oyster. So don't, but all of you are winners already, as far as I'm concerned. But well done, congrats. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. And Notino, I'm sure you are wondering how much you have won, because so I think in divvying up the numbers, I think you won 10 million naira. So congratulations. Okay, the third runner-up. This is a fantastic university. It's called University X. Congratulations. I would invite Shegun Okweke, one of our executive directors, to join me here also.
Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending. Which other offer better than this? I know you don't work for your money. You don't need stress.
So University X2 has won 10 million naira. All right. Congratulations. Yeah. Okay. Have we taken pictures with you? We have. Okay. Well done. Thank you, Trevor. Thanks. Okay. We're making progress. I'm sure the others are wondering what's happening. Okay. Second runner-up is called company called Bloom Beauty. Well done, Bloom Beauty. You see life. You stood with the other ladies. They won first and second, and you're here now. So never give up, right? I'm going to invite Tunde Mamaku to join me on stage. Let's stand here so
Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending. Which
Well done. God bless you. Well done. Okay. You are wondering how much you have won. Bloom Beauty, you have won 20 million naira. It's so funny. She's so emotional. Well done. Now we're getting there. It's getting hot now. The first runner-up I can actually, your tension here is palpable. Very well. The first runner-up is a company called Payment AI. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Very well done, Payment AI. Payment AI. So what does your company do?
We're an AI-powered discounting invoice. And Payment AI is an AI-powered invoice discounting platform. And what we do is we help businesses who get contracts with big corporations like, let's say, the Nigerian breweries, who will not, give you the money, who will not mobilize you for the contract you've gotten. So they would only pay you after the job is done, upon completion. The question now is, where does the vendor get the money to get the job done? That's where Payment AI comes in.
Thank you very much. Initially, the man was shocked and stunned, so he was a bit jittery, but I think you got your confidence and your steez back on, so well done. So in Payment AI, I know the figure in my mind because I put the figures there, has won 35 million naira. Congratulations and well done. Well done. Oh yeah, paparazzi. Come. Ah. Yeah. I am going to let the tension, no, I'm not done, hold it. I'm going to let the tension sink in briefly.
Very, very, very important, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, the time we've been waiting for, the moment we've been anticipating to witness is here. Who is going to be the winner? Hackaholics 5.0.
Apologies about that. I like doing things very properly. I noticed that one of my laces was undone. And I couldn't continue without doing it properly. So, we're there finally. Let me look at all your faces. Well done. You've all won anyway, honestly. I'm very proud of all of you guys. But generally, well, many were called. Few will be called on this stage. One would win. That is the way life is. I would not say that this winner is better than any of you. You're all, as far as I'm concerned, you're all winners. But for the criteria that has been set, this company was picked. And I think this person will go home very, very happy today. And the person is
Hackaholics 5.0 competition is Fego.
Best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, for the champions. Stand up. For the champions, for the champions. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. For the champions, for the champions. Stand up. Here we go, it's getting close. Let's go! Now it's just who wants it most. It's just like that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see? I'm on the move, make a everybody clap! Stand up, clap your hands! For the champion, let's go! Yeah. Stand up, stand up, stand up, clap, clap! Stand up, for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, for the champions.
Congratulations, figure. Can you turn it down? You are saying stand up for champions. Do you know how much we have given him? Calm down, cool temper. Very well. You have won 50 million naira. Well done. Congratulations. Well done.
Wow. For this small boy.
Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending. Which other offer better than this? I know you don't work for your money. You don't need stress when you spend it. Just a few steps that load the lot first. Now you don't solve half of your worries. Share the views you want pay. I been the money you want say. The solution don't take. All you need.
Congratulations to the winner or to the winners. Next year I must come up with 62 ideas. One of them must click.
Can we have all the top 10 on stage, please? Yes. All the top 10, please.
Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending. Which other offer better than this? I know you don't work for your money. You don't need stress when you spend it. Just a few steps that load the lot first. Time you don't solve half of your worries. Share the views you want pay. I been the money you want say. The solution don't take. All you need.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, to take us further or to do us the honor of rounding up this beautiful program, let's invite to the microphone Shagun Adeni, the Chief Digital Officer, Wema Bank PLC. If you want to shout, shout. CEO, CE, say louder. Come on. I want you to express. Again, are you? One more time, let's go. Oh, is the one in charge of my balance? Shout well. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, an absolute delight to be here. It's been a great day. And I stand here on behalf of Wema Bank, singular task is to express our heartfelt gratitude for a successful grand finale. A number of lessons that I take away from today. It was interesting. I'd never heard the relationship between the Carl Benz and Henry Ford story. And of course, the importance of continuing to give our female innovators a chance to take on the world, and the need to continue to invest in people. A number of charges that I found very profound and jumped at me. Delectable DDK, you spoke about live like a lion and not a mice. Mr. Kola Oyenei, I really enjoy that principle of delayed gratification. And I think one thing I would want to take away from here, or drop from here, is also a message to all the beneficiaries today to make sure that they extend that in the way that they impact the various societies that serve them and they serve in. Thank you to you all, our esteemed speakers. And today, this event marks a strong testament of the commitment of Wema Bank to providing the biggest platform to catalyze social and economic growth in Nigeria, leveraging digital technology and innovation. Please accept our profound gratitude once again for your dedication, your support, and the innovative spirit to make this event an unforgettable experience for everyone that has been here as participants and or attendees. Thank you for validating that indeed this is a platform for innovation, collaboration, and growth. We appreciate the opportunities for learning, for networking, and showcasing the best talent on the continent. We look forward to future engagements, and we congratulate all winners and participants once again. From us at Wema, we remain committed to empowering young minds and driving technological advancement in Nigeria. As you leave today, I pray for safe journeys to you all. I look forward to further collaboration, and as we deepen innovation, being able to transform talents and learning opportunities across the nation. Once again, to everyone here present, I say thank you and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, sir. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we started this project in February, and it passed through the cycle of life. Between February to November is 9 months. We conceived the idea in February, and we'll give birth to it in November. Thank you for all the management of Wema Bank PLC for working tirelessly to put all this together. Come on, put your hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ajele. It's a big honor for me to be your anchor man for today's event. If you love all I did, please a warm applause for me as well. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to walk up to anyone, share numbers, and network. Good night. God bless you.
Banking life made easy. Cheap transfer, no hidden charges. Lightning speed when sending. With other offer better than this. I know you don't work for your money. You don't need stress when you spend it.